What's up, everyone? I bought a mutable X at the peak. Oh boy. We'll see. Ryan Cohen timed his announcement perfectly with our like bounce off Delta neutral yesterday and Delta sensitivity picking up again. We're already primed for a takeoff before we even account for the ETF FTDs that are due today. Thanks, Carl, for linking the 8K. It's a big deal. Guess we found out what they're doing with that extra $100 million, right? Poor Loopring, though. I mean, they still said they're going to partner with Loopring, I think, as well, didn't they? Just later in the year or something. If we break 200 today, you'll be tattooed on my back. Weird. Why aren't I already? You're going to feel real bad about chastising my 2.4 180C when it prints 8%. We'll see. Important prices for today, 97 and 113. No, still, there's still, like a break of 148 is still really super fucking important. Like 50 or 60 million dollar notional value in calls after at that point. But that's where the ramp starts to break down, but there's almost no put interest. So we'll see. So 150 is still really important. Obviously that psychological resistance at like 120, 125, that range is pretty important, but by then the ramp should already be kind of kicking off. Will my orders fill? Maybe. If we hit 150 today, will you say you're proud of me? Sure. Did you talk about Immutable already? I mean, sort of. I don't really know that much about it. It's not like a crypto that's really been on my radar in the past. They're setting up like what 150 million grant uh, to provide tokens. I think SPY is doing a pre-market ouchie down due to jobs report, or SPY so divorced in the actual economy they'll go up later today. Um, not just the jobs report. Fucking Facebook tanked last night hard. National debt hit 30 billion, which is or 30 trillion, I think, which is a new record, historical record, right? So yeah, Spy's probably not in for a very good day. Which is interesting because if GameStop starts to run today and the SPY's coming down hard, um, it may pick up interest just based on that negative beta. We'll see. We'll see if the FOMO into GameStop is significant enough to offset the effects of the overall market. Yeah, gun it, cool daddy. I think everybody would love to know more about it. Yeah, it feels like a market crash is coming. Yeah, it was well timed on several fronts. Fang has become, AAG, and it's lost its F and N, and maybe it'll just be gag. Also, we still have ETF FTDs due today. Thoughts on why Facebook tanked? I think they showed like a loss in users for the first time ever. Earnings weren't where people wanted them to be. Pointing out a highly likely fact, RC's team has in fact read your DD and are aware of the FTDs, therefore released 8K on the 3rd. Make you wonder why today. As much as I want to believe that, it's a bit of a stretch, right? Zuck's constantly selling Facebook, but he still owns like 400 million shares or something ridiculous. Lower user activity for the first time in history. Yeah. It's not just the earnings, right? It's the fact that Netflix has tanked recently. values dropping out of the market, like starting to drop out of the market at a pretty rapid rate. Ding ding. The Dow doing today? Or that database. Good large long positions in tech. That asymmetric internalization is getting even dicier. It is. But they are going to probably try to short the shit out of us this morning. Dude. The 15 million chart taking PM into effect. I like our upper channel we're in. Yeah, it looks good. I saw that when I was looking this morning. Lower than I would have expected. But we'll see how strong of a support delta neutral acts as. Remember, the further we push up, the more they have to fight back against hedging in order to short the stock. Would it be unusual for there to be a crash considering there was just a correction? I don't think we're gonna see a crash right now. I just think we may see continued correction. We'll see. Possibly, like, I mean, we already got rejected here at 158, so a little bit of consolidation after this run from the bounce. Hmm. Sorry, just trying to place some orders. Um, Macy's doing big ups. That's what I'm kind of thinking about. Stock volatility is high on these. Love one of your ideas. Jimmy runs end of day, halts into tomorrow. Let's fucking go. Thanks for all the work. Thanks, Modern Renovator. I'm not a big fan of that idea, but would you assume that if they were going to cover FTDs today, they would do it via dark pools that would print later in the day? Possibly. On November 3rd, they covered them right at market open. Remember, they have to have the liquidity in the dark pools to transact there. Do we know if Citadel is long Facebook? If so, wouldn't that wreck their margin? It could, yeah, it could hurt their margin quite a bit. They are long Facebook. Remember that time you poo-pooed people buying weeklies and then you bought a metric ton of weeklies, profiting bigly, and were like, don't tell the pores? I don't remember this. Depending on how much longer we'll be here, have you given any thought on hiring a smooth, deep voice commentator to fill in the silent parts where you focus on your trades? No, I haven't. November 3rd. Yeah, I know. They probably did get spooked into buying back. They covered a lot that morning. It wasn't just on BBBY either. It was the whole basket they started buying in. I don't think dark pools are trading at 200 a share. Usually they're not I think usually they're not trading at the same price as the lit exchange, but close. Can we assume that they're in position where they're some kind of fuck? You're reading when you're looking at the dark pool index. Don't look at the price. Don't use the price as a indicator. It's a volume indicator. It's a confusing chart. Rachel clearly hates good news. Yeah. Didn't you say unlikely of a crash? Yeah, I did. I said that again like 5 minutes ago. A crash is unlikely, but a steep correction we could see. I think probably closer to SLD. So middle of this month, towards the end. To recap what the consequences are if they don't cover all the FTDs that are due today. I mean, if they don't cover all the FTDs that are due, then they have to. I mean, they're gonna be forced to cover them. They can internalize some, but if they can't internalize it all, then they're gonna be forced to cover. It's a forced buy-in. Because this would be the end of the Reg T period. Do you think they will cover the FTDs today or tomorrow morning? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if they stop covering FTDs, then GameStop's gonna like push closer to the reg show threshold list, which is very bad for them. So I can't see them not covering. They don't enforce rules. What makes you think they're gonna force them to cover? It's a counterparty risk. It has nothing to do with the SEC. It's not about the rules. It's about their counterparty buying in. Do you guys do understand that primes can basically just take over their account and force a buy-in, right? It's not like they're like, we don't want to do it. That's not how that works. Shouldn't the force buy-in be after T 2:30 today? They had to have their orders in by market open. Yes. Oh, thank you so much, Fluffiosa. Price action seems weird this morning. No, it kind of seems like we're just dropping. We got shorted at open, and now we're kind of dropping with the market. So what's XRT doing? Kind of a similar thing. Yep. Just not the way we want. Blue the Street had priced this in January 21st. Imagine Griffin sitting there telling his login so he can be liquidated. Precisely what add-ons do you have on WeBull? Real-time options data and the NBBO order book, I think. I just scored a Feb 4 320 for $2.10. This is the most rewarded I've felt all year. Congratulations. I've always had real-time options data on her. I know they don't line up. Maybe we were filling pre-market gaps again. Maybe. There's a couple. 97.51. Win FOMO? We'll see. Don't forget, if retail FOMOs, they can internalize it. So if retail's just buying like crazy right now, and they internalize that order flow, they can just print the shorts to the market. Yeah, there's a link down below. Oh, by the way, sorry about the video yesterday, guys. There was an issue with uploading it, so it will be uploaded probably today. But I'll let everyone know on the Discord if it's finished or not after the stream. Is this because they have infinite money? No. How is this unknown information? I think this is well documented on NSCC partner powers regarding failures. What factors dictate how much they can internalize? Their personal liquidity, their margin. What happens if they decide not to cover FTDs that are due? I mean, if FTDs don't get covered for 5 days, then Jimmy would go on the threshold list. All right, I'll get rid of the years. Oh, allergies. What do you mean by internalize? I mean, they're the direct market maker or designated market maker for NYSE, for GameStop. So they control the order flow for GameStop. This is well documented and known information from the beginning of this. This is not a question of how do they internalize. It's in the fucking SEC report. And if you want to claim your losses, then yeah, Joshua. There was a partnership announcement with Immutable X, or IMX. Looks like retail shorted the price back down to buy in at cheaper prices through dark pools. Sounds like a Bazinga article. What factors do you consider when deciding to hold or sell 4 weeklies? 106, currently down 1,200 on them. 106. It probably, I don't know. It depends when you bought them, S Bash. I probably wouldn't still be holding them after yesterday. I just bought some today, but I don't plan on probably even holding those all day. Yeah, internalization does run out. Hi, Garrick. Thank you for being here every day, for sharing your knowledge with us. It's much appreciated. Thanks, YMA. DRS would affect that? How? Thoughts on Kenny G's closed door meeting with the SEC today? Tinfoil hat me, Garrick. It's all yours, man. Yeah, if the security's on the threshold list for enough time, then it begins the threshold process and can no longer be shorted, which presents a real issue for them with GameStop. You buy IMX? No. I'll wait for the FOMO to die down. Not seeing them on Webull. IMX is a cryptocurrency. It's on Coinbase. I think you can buy it on Coinbase. Hasn't Jimmy been on the threshold list for years? And no. And so you mean Citadel just holds the buy orders until they want to list them? Yes. GameStop was on the threshold list last January, but hasn't been for quite some time. Hmm. Why is Jimmy the only ticker on Webull with an order book spread up to 50,000? Somebody put in a fucking sell order for 2 shares at 50,000. It's been so long since VEP. Didn't we go up like $20 last Wednesday and then like 10% the other day, also Tuesday or Monday? They do not want GME over 100. No, they don't. Jesus Christ. No bipolar bear, because you can just look it up. If Fluffio's in, I just start DMing you hats to wear on stream. Here's the issue I have with that. They don't attach to my head. So, no. I'm not going to do it. I don't know how you can sit here so long answering questions from people who are bearish. It seems mentally exhausting. Nah, it's fine. Does buying through IEX bypass the MM's ability to internalize buy orders? Yeah, it should. I like how the fake cover-up NFT article made us run 35% after hours, and the real analysis makes us go down 2%. It's fucked up. What does that have super high strike prices and their far dated options? That chain's been open since last January, and so it's very wide. If you're talking about like Jan 2023. Real news dip, fake news rip. Breaking news, A confirms he also knows who Immutable X and GameStop are. Additionally, will also be selling his personal stock at the concession stand. Thank you, Pigeon Teeth, for my ass. Start buying calls around, say, 95 strike. Would it not put them in a pickle? Keep shorting or bring more calls in the money? If we start buying calls around the 90, like in the money calls, I mean, it would apply upward pressure, but not significantly so. Stonka Tracker says no shares left to borrow. No, I mean Jan 2021. What do you think about Woof? I think it might bounce on the weekly. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not gonna look at it right now. Ooh, interesting. Cat back in the channel. I mean, it is, but the question is it gonna break 205 again or not? sometimes this like EMA 200 out here on the daily presents some issues. 68% short volume yesterday. Is it telling something to you? Oh, they shorted the shit out of us yesterday. They borrowed like 2.3 million shares and basically used all of them. Fidelity shares have always been hard to borrow. It's been listed as hard to borrow for like the last year. The closed door SEC meeting today. I'm not sure. Why does it matter? Do you care what time it occurs at? Are you going to it? It's awesome that you're making such a massive positive effect with your channel that people are starting to copy you. YouTube suggested a vid to me by the financial pickle. Hashtag signs of success. Thanks, Dominic. Are there any close upside gaps we need to fill? I think so. I mean, there's some from this morning from pre-market, but I think there's a longer term one right here at 109. And there might actually be one even higher up. Yeah, there's ones at 114 and 115. But good. If we can cross VWAP and get some momentum going, that's a plus. Max Pain is important. So that's like our next important target. Did you hop on the Amazon put train by chance? No. I don't know if Amazon, why would Amazon lose value? Because the rest of big tech is? This is significant. Just updating Reddit, 1 sec. Any comment on all of the tech sector sell-offs after hours? Part of it's just value dumping ahead of bigger fears in the marketplace, especially with the Fed considering rate hikes in March. I'd like upward price action and momentum for all of us for my birthday, please and thank you. Me too, Yeti Yeti. Happy birthday, man. What's the trigger point? 113. 113 is the put call parity. So after 113, more calls are being hedged than puts. You've exceeded your annual allotment of dead air this morning. I've shit to do. So they can't short it when it's going down, but they can internalize orders where it goes up until they have enough ammo to offload them to a safe price. Is that correct? Sort of. I mean, are you talking about SSR? SSR is on right now, so yeah, they can't short a downtick. Anyone here know when GameStop's earnings announcement is? March. No, it's not really the same as Max Payne. Max Payne's just volume. It's like when the volume of puts and the volume of calls is at an equilibrium. So it's Max Payne is when the price at which market makers profit the most off of premium because the most contracts are out of the money. The put call parity has to do with the delta, when the delta shifts to the call side, which means hedging is call side. Or it picks up strength to the call side. Delta neutral is where it shifts to the call side, which is at 97. Most options do expire worthless. What does short a downtick mean? You can short sell at a price lower than the last minute's candle close. No, they can't short on, so they can't short on a sell. They can only short on a buy. It's on the tick, not the candle. Not like 1 minute candles. Relax. This is good. This is a breakout, but our volume's still low. Are we looking for volume to verify this FTD dump? I mean, November's volume was only like November 3rd was only like 1.5 million. What was unique about it is that it was buy volume. Like just straight buy volume, which is significant. So it should be a little higher this time. I like you. Thanks, Jenny. I like me too. It should be a little more than 1.5 million volume. Right on cue, crickets from the shills. It's always how it is, isn't it? Tesla's bumping. Did it bounce? Looks like it bounced on the... That bounced high. Unusual. Bouncing at like 900. I don't know how much confidence I'd have in that. Stop being right, Girk. Sorry. I just wanted to say that I love you, Dad. Coup to you. Thanks. Let's see what happens. Everyone relax. We're only up $5. Two questions. One, I have a bunch of $100 weeklies. 105 a good profit taking point. You can back out of those positions a little bit at a time, Mark Baptiste. Two, what would be worse today, a bull trap or a thirst trap? I don't know. A bull trap sounds pretty shitty. Stop being right, Girk. I'll try. You can thank my puts for all this upward movement. We'll do. Chirp, chirp. Go to the shills. Best show on daytime TV. Thanks, Girk. Thanks, Gertie Tuna. Give it time. Oh God, I'm gonna FOMO. So about $90 million of 90p Tesla puts. They are mad. Are you sure they bought them and didn't sell them? That an 80-cent gap on the last candle? No, no gaps. All filled. Volume's pretty steady though. 107.41's our next kind of hard resistance. I think we've had some resistance here in the past few days too. I think we ran into some back here. Yeah, we got rejected from this point on the 27th. So watch that 107.41. $2%'s a lot of money on Tesla. Especially if you're playing options. Bithead. Man, my portfolio is suddenly this green color. I'm worried about my friend. I'm worried. Don't worry about it, man. You'll be okay. Congratulations. Just because it's up a little bit doesn't make you right. Your theory is dead. Go fuck yourself. What's the update on like shares borrowed and put walls and such? I don't think there's much for put walls. Some 120s are being bought. April 14th, but maybe sold. OI is going up though. Yeah, I think these are being sold. April 120s puts I think are being sold right now. Let's see if we can hold max pin. Selling any call set, looking for a $40 price move. I'm waiting. My brokerage is showing green numbers. Is it the glitches in financial software you were talking about? Kevin Williams, thanks for the effort. Learned so much in the last 6 months. Much love. Now let's fucking go. Hold on. We're getting rejected. Nope, they're pushing. Mm. What's the update on any calls today? Our brokerage is showing green numbers. Is this glitches? Did we leave any gaps? I don't think so. No. Gap here. Ooh. Nope. One DT, not the worst idea is be ever had. People get wound tighter than a drum because they're watching the 1 minute. It's true. AMD starting a little run. Might be. Yeah. Looks like it's recovering too. But jeans are providing some pretty hard resistance right now. Comstock is going up. Isn't going up. You predicted it would go up and it isn't. What gives? What the fuck are you talking about? It is going up. Is FOMO same as shares? uh it's retail decided to sell after reaching 106. Probably just a lot of weeklies bought at max pin. What's better, GameStop bought over by Google, Amazon, or Facebook? I don't think it, I mean, if GameStop got bought out, it wouldn't fucking matter who did it. They have 5 days of cover window. We have 5 days of overlapping ETF FTDs, Morrowind player. But today and the 8th are the most significant ones. Why are people so obsessed with max pain? It's important. Don't they have 5 days to cover before we get thresholded? Or did gaps don't have to be filled. They just usually are. Because market makers like making money. It would be cool if we ran to like $300 real quick. It would be. These must be getting out. IMX moving up. When's the next School of Stock vid coming out? Hopefully today. It still wasn't done with editing last night, so this looks good. We can get a little volume bump right now. Nope. Shorted. Damn, that downside gap was big. 50 cents. Jesus Christ. Bob's recent DD on the new subreddit user was playing devil's advocate and suggesting FTDs are not what they were last Jan Feb and have slowly decreased through 21. Any thoughts? It's accurate. Are you talking about Gaff's statement? Gaffgarian? It's accurate. Everybody who writes DD pretty much has had this argument with him a million times over. But in contrast to GME FTDs going down after June, ETF FTDs have gone up. So any thoughts on MFI? It's fine. For LRC, for crypto, 10 is rare. Might be a good buy signal, Gino. Green week would be nice. It would be. Listening to Matt Kors is not like drinking bleach. It's like smoking cigarettes, eventually cancer, and then die. Damn. That was a big short. Hmm. Any thoughts on today's IMX GME announcement coinciding with the LRC announcing a new CEO? It's possible that there's some correlation there. I don't know what, though. Do you think a $300 run would spark MOASS? A $300 run would be fucking crazy. We're at $100 right now. T plus 3 plus 6 plus 35 plus 5 plus 23 plus 7 to cover, right? No, T plus 3 plus 6 plus 35. It's actually T plus 5. There's a T plus 3 window before the trade is reported to the NSCC. And this is actually variable depending on the ETF agents, as they may choose different terms. for each individual AP. But because they can cover into the next market open, it's 6. And then Reg T is 35 calendar days. So theoretically, this T+3 period could be even longer if the ETF agents choose to allow it. Asshole. ETF FTDs tend to be net short. Left another gap to the upside. Ugh. 1.1. That's on the Ichimoku cloud indicator. I like it. It takes some practice. It mostly just displays multiple oscillators at once. I don't know if I could get it. Volume is there, but the price is stagnant. Yep. I wonder what dark pool volume's looking like today. Where's Turd? Hmm. Just a reversal there. point. XRT still looking bullish. Yeah, a little bit actually. If nothing happens in February, but data like buy-sell ratio, heavy shorting, and dark pool volume is still pointing towards price suppression, at what point do we consider mass collusion? Mass collusion? Yeah, never. It just means that they haven't sustained enough pressure on their margin for a breakout at that point. What's going on with the FTDs? I mean, they're probably in the process of covering them. Spy bull trap, or as my old man would call it in boomer speech, a sucker's rally. It could be recovering. This was like 448, 450 was kind of the low, so this is a good place for it to stabilize. I don't know how much it'll run up today, but there's a gap at 453 on the daily that I'm sure will get filled. See, here's the problem with a lot of this, what you guys are talking about right now, is that these guys are short everything. And everything is down. Over the last month, significantly. So it's not like their fucking margin is in a bad place right now. Sure, they're long Facebook and fucking Netflix and what, Fang. Right? But all of consumer discretionary is massively down. So I mean, we need to apply pressure or nothing's going to happen. Hopefully today's announcement does that. But everyone's acting like these brokerages need to be like margin called right this instant. Absolutely fucking not. They weren't getting margin called when GameStop was at 250. They're definitely not going to get fucking margin called when GameStop's at 100. What announcement? GameStop made an announcement today for a partnership with Immutable X or IMX. So like layer 2 NFT fucking something. Keep talking. The stock is responding. Is the price even real? Yeah. It's they're in an unsustainable short position. It has an expiration. They shorted it down from 250 synthetically. There will be a rebound, but they will also do everything in their power to prevent that from happening when they're presented with a massive gamma ramp and high delta sensitivity. It could incentivize institutional buying because it's a forward leading statement, finally. Yeah, if they synthetically short the stock through bona fide market making and ETF creation, it's not a long short. Don't get me wrong, they borrowed plenty of long shorts yesterday, but what price will you sell your Feb fours? I'm hoping for a breakout a little bit more above max pin. If I don't see it, I'll probably dump them soon. Like now. Oh, you get a bounce. Of a bitch. Hmm. What was stopping them from dropping us to 100 all year long? They clearly have the power, as we notice now. No reason to. Look at delta sensitivity throughout the rest of the year. Look versus now. Like when these spikes first started happening, that's when we started getting shorted down. But short of last February, they've been fairly unsuccessful at keeping us below delta neutral. This isn't at all. It's like right there. So if this doesn't break out, I'm gonna sell. Buy back in this afternoon. After the share offering last year, selling into buy pressure in the cycle, do you think this announcement was intentionally timed? It's possible. It's very, very odd that they chose today to do it. Pre-market too, like. It allows them, yeah, that means that they can use puts to get the market maker to hedge the price down. What do you think about the center of the variance swaps being 100 when they opened the position last year, where PC are close in OI? We got dropped to 100 when at expiry. Next year is 60. At the center of the, I think the variance swaps were opened higher than that. Much higher? Not at 100. Why is fucking Hood up? Who knows? Didn't Kathy buy in? Do you think it's a race between us and the shorts? Yeah, absolutely. How is Tesla up in this market? It's just bouncing. I think it's got. It could still get rejected here. It's like right at the resistance. 933 on the high side. It could get rejected again though. I would want to see it break and sustain to confirm any kind of upside move or additional upside move. It bounced high though, which is bullish. This is a nice double bottom. A little bit of a gap here though. Supportive VWAP is bullish. I think we look for an afternoon run with lots of volume. That's what I'm hoping. I'm gonna see a dark pool dump or dark pool start dumping in the later part of the day. So updating Reddit real quick. Hmm. But we've got a double bottom, but I think we're going to consolidate and fill this gap before we move up. It's a bit jarring to hear complete silence, followed by you speaking. Um, yeah, I probably need to like loosen it up. I just don't know how. I'll just take it off. That's fine. The compressor should be fine for now. Jimmy making the most perfect double bottom. I mean, if it bottoms here, that'll be a triple bottom. Somehow it skipped that gap again, which is odd. There it goes. Do you believe that there is a race to prevent a full market crash between the US and China? Probably, yeah. I mean, a market crash for either one could upset the balance of economic power. Is it possible that all these after hour and pre-market dumps we see on blue chips equal fail margin calls into managed event via plunge protection teams? You're really giving way too much interest to the plunge protection team. Put your tinfoil hat away, Stefan. How long can Citadel internalize buy orders? As long as they want. Plunge team won't allow a crash. That's not exactly how that works. They're not going to allow a flash crash, or they'll try to prevent one. They may not necessarily be able to. I still think a crash at our current levels is unlikely. Like the spy was the real fucking squeeze, right? Like this was the real MOASS. And on this last like slight correction, we hit like this is the weekly, by the way. We hit the EMA 60, but it's closing week over week up green again. It's probably going to recover some more. Even if it does crash, right? It's unlikely that we're going to see the same levels that we saw in like March of 2020. Most people are way the fuck up, right? Like, I mean, if you consider this like the break point from people that rode through the crash, right? Like they're up, over 30% for the year. More than that. So, and you need fear for a crash, and we're not really seeing any of that. There's not a lot of fear. I mean, like there's overvaluation, and you know the market's gone a bit rabid with all the extra liquidity, but They're definitely crushing the price since retail began arming itself with options again. Yeah, absolutely. But the beauty of it is because retail bought far dated calls, right? That every time they crush us below those sensitivity spikes. Here, let me use two colors. So if this is our delta sensitivity, right? Hold on. And they keep trying to drop us below that. As they've been doing. Even last night, delta sensitivity started to pick up again, and they tried to tank the price. And by doing this, they create an unsustainable position because they're lowering the price of these contracts. So the more they try to dip it below, the cheaper they make it to enter those positions, which means that the spikes will continue to come and they can't short forever. Again, if they could have, we'd already be at zero. And now they're starting to borrow real shares, which means they're driving up real FTDs on GameStop in future cycles, right? So if they're borrowing shitloads of real shares right now, and they intend to hold those are going to FTD as well. Along with their synthetic positions, which are already beginning to FTD. Why doesn't Citadel just stop making an options chain for GME like DDS? DDS, there's reasonable illiquidity that they could stop. The OCC is not going to let them stop making an options chain on GameStop. Also, Citadel doesn't make GameStop's options chain. That's Wolverine. Citadel's the DMM for GameStop through NYSE. There's more than one market maker. I know, it's fucking crazy. Can you look at my shares and tell me if they're real? Is Wolverine a friend or foe? I mean, they're an options market maker. They're probably neither. They just sell premiums. I would say, given the way GameStop is hedged, they favor the short side. But that's because that's where the institutional interest is, right? It's in their benefit to favor the short sale rather than the long. So they put greater value on their short hedge. Because that's where the institutional interest is on GameStop. And so that's why we don't see as much upside hedging with GameStop as we do downside. Lots of market makers make the options chain. It's not just Wolverine, but they're the primary one. There's other DMMs for NYSE too. I mean, Virtu internalized a shitload of GameStop volume last year as well. We don't know what side they internalized it on. We don't know if they were combating Citadel. I mean, they can't be good friends, right? Citadel swooped in and took a shitload of Virtu's market making space out of the NYSE when they were granted DMM permissions. So, and then Sachs, who's the other one, probably just doesn't give a shit. They don't really deal with this kind of stuff. Oh, 140% of my AMD July calls. I feel like I can get more value from these if I hold them another couple months. Thoughts? Just be wary of SLD because it has a big effect on AMD generally. Earnings were good though. So AMD could continue to see improvement. I mean, it's up today, even against the S&P. So, all right. So this is played out. I don't think we're going to see anything significant. Maybe it's a late afternoon. It looks like we're just kind of trading flat now. On VWAP, which is good, but flat all the same. Yeah, Moonwind writes a lot of the options for GameStop. No, FTDs can't just go into the obligations warehouse. They only go there if they just can't be settled. Where's this SLD schedule you keep mentioning? I think Lenixus has it in his DDs. It's through FINRA. Supplemental liquidity schedule last updated. Effective date March 1st. SLS must be completed and will be due by May 4th. When did this start? SLS must be subject to the requirement to file a supplement to the focus report designed to improve FINRA's ability to monitor events. So, okay. Well, they're changing the SLD schedule as of March 1st. First SLS must be completed end of March and will be due by May 4th. Interesting. All right, where's the current one though? That was proposed last year. Hold on, I'm just trying to find the exact document. Let me just ask Lenixus if he has it available. 1 second. There we go. Flat for the rest of the day? I don't think so. We have some buy pressure. Oh. Jesus Christ. Will Ryan Cohen please stand up? Give Kirk a little credit for your well-timed announcement. Thanks, Smoother. We're breaking into the obligations warehouse. Oh, jolly day. I've been preparing for this day for months and I've been stocking up to get ready. Dan's assemble. Thank you so much, Darth Dan. I don't know if we're breaking in to the obligations warehouse, but we're going up ever so slightly. I would imagine another test of 107. Where do you see Jimmy's real value, or where the price would snap back to 200-ish again? Or all bets off, because when this breaks, we got to start going up. The new delta sensitivity and gamma ramp makes us where we settle anyone's guess. I mean, based on the current ramp, like 150 is kind of my highest upward projection. We could continue up past that, but we would need some FOMO or buy volume, either into the options chain or directly on the stock itself. Oh yeah, I mean, DDS has way more gaps than GME does. Like, look at this bullshit. It just gaps up all day. GameStop's actually not that bad. Are super chats same as puts? No. No, they're not, Dr. Shits and Fards. Fidelity's website just went down. Cool. Look at Discord chat. So I guess the guy that writes a blog on naked shorting. Yeah, I could do Saturday. Saturday at 2 p.m. is probably a time I can handle, Dan. Fidelity 200,000 shares are turned. All right. I was under the impression that I became a member on your stream that would cause MOASS. Where are we on that? That sounds ridiculous. Does SLD mean there will be no more predictable market downs every third Friday of the month? It means they'll shift, but they'll shift to the beginning and through the beginning of the month. Can I borrow a super chat? You're fine, David. Isn't it technically beneficial for us if we don't see the FTD volume to come in that we know is there? Doesn't this indicate a high likelihood that we'll end up on Reg Show moving into OPEX? It's possible that we end up on Reg Show, although I think we're already seeing some of the FTD volume. I feel like we're going to see more through the latter half of the day. But, you know, this is like maybe 2 million to 3 million buy volume. So on November 3rd, it was dumped all at once, right? They just bought 1.5 million shares, and we went from 200 the previous day up to like 250. Was it like 255.69 or something like that? Um, but there was no shorting. They just shot the price up and then slammed it back down. Um, today they're not managing it that way. There's a wedge here, by the way. But you know, I still expect us to see more buy volume in the latter half of the day, especially if they're using dark pools, right? Did you miss all your Ko-Fis? I missed a couple, but there weren't that many. Supplemental liquidity, 90 to 100, 110, 120 puts sold this morning. If we run this afternoon, why do they sell their 120p if the gamma ramp begins at 120? So they sell them. By selling them, they're collecting a credit. This is a short put. So they're getting paid the premium, which they then usually use to buy calls. It's a bullish bet that the price of the stock is going to go up above 120 by the expiration, which I think was April. Any ideas on today's GME announcement being made through new entity GME Entertainment LLC? Was it? I didn't see that. It just says GameStop Corp, NYSE GME, GameStop, or the company. Today announced it entered into a partnership with Immutable X Pty Limited. Collectively with its affiliates, Immutable X, the partnership establishes a $100 million fund. I don't see anything about GameStop Entertainment in the press release. This may not turn out well. I don't like this. I think we might break down to VWAP again. It's a subsidiary formed in 2018. Okay, so it's not even relevant. Jimmy Entertainment LLC is mentioned in the 8K. Okay. It's in the 8K. Oh, okay, I see. It's just a subsidiary, right? Is that the one that like when they were trying to develop games like before Cohen and everything that they were using? That's interesting. Lends a little more credence to the idea of using the NFT platform to publish games, possibly. I'm only down 40% on my March calls. Couldn't have done it without you. Imagine them having a streaming platform for gaming, developing games, streaming straight from GME Entertainment. Can you explain it? I know nothing about Immutable Moon. Versus especially versus LRC. Like as far as crypto goes, I think Cool Daddy said he's gonna start doing a DD on it. I'll let you know when it comes out or when he finishes it. I have a day off due to an ice storm. Stoked to spend the day here. Thanks for all you do, dude. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Sucks for the ice storm though. Do you know if there's any like volatility spike alert apps or something for folks that want to trade options but can't be nailed to a screen? You probably don't want to trade options unless you can be nailed to a screen. But you can use scanners, or there's like services that'll, you know, track large options flow. Yeah, I see it on the 8K. It's just on the first page of the 8K. It's not even super deep into it. Immutable has 0 gas fees, which is a positive. That's good. Immutable is doing a live stream at 4:30. Not sure if anyone from GameStop is going to be there. When's Cohen's thing up again? What was it, the 9th? No, I think GameStop's still partnered with LRC as well. It's possible, Frederick. Yesterday's short may have been, like a rumor. So the big drop that we saw towards the end of yesterday, it may have been that there was like a rumor floating around that GameStop was going to make an announcement, but also Delta sensitivity started to spike yesterday. So it could have just been that. It's hard to say which, right? They both occurred at the same time. But I would say one of those two things are the reason they shorted so hard into close. IMX is carbon neutral too, apparently. Well, that's good. ATH isn't, but Feb 9th. I don't know if we're gonna break out here. This doesn't look super great. We did a little. Sort of. There's probably an argument that we didn't. It's not very well aligned. LRC is the infrastructure, IMX is the currency. Okay. Not a peep from MSM, surprise face. Yeah. Where's the announcements now? I think F and LRC are with Jamie and then IMX after. We're just waiting on the next dump from the dark pools, probably. We may come back up a little before then. And test. It's possible that we test Max Payne again. That doesn't look good. But right now we're just consolidating on top of VWAP. How long can this go on? Well, I guess we'll have a better idea around there, but volume's just gone. It may just keep dragging out. It may drop back down to VWAP again. AMD tight channel, deciding where to go. Watch for a recovery here, I guess. Actually, don't hate that. Two gaps to the upside. What's the stock? Options. 24 buy. Place. Jimmy bouncing a little bit again. I mean, I do prefer overcorrections because they have more upside potential. But they're also riskier because they could keep going. Correct, LRC is specifically mentioned as the only other layer 2 partner GME will have. Yeah, I know LRC is still mentioned. It could even be longer than that. We may just continue to like break a little bit up. Like there's a lot of consolidation, but there's no volume. Couldn't the drop of volume be a sign of them internalizing as much as possible? It could be, but it could also just be like the drop off in volume market wide throughout, the midday. Yeah, no volume on the SPY also. SPY looks good to recover. I'm doing all right, Steve. How are you, man? Been edging with all this FTD buy-in talk since mid-late January. When will I finally get my release? Hopefully this afternoon. Is it weird that we have such low volume on such an anticipated FTD day? Our volume's not low. We're already at 1.5 million. It's only 11:30. It's low right now. There it goes. It's starting to break down. What do you think they pushed it down this low and they had the margin to hold it at 200? Getting people to panic sell, or what do you think their logic was since they're still suppressing after leaps? Their logic was that they didn't want to drive the price up into a gamma ramp at $250. We were trading very high through August into November. And people were already starting to buy far dated calls. And when that first big Delta spike came up, that's when we started getting shorted the hardest. That Delta sensitivity spike. I just logged on. We have the same triangle on our screens. Nice. Good job, Jay Fresh. Thoughts on any of the large drop in after hour for all the meta stocks? Sell off because their usership was or like daily users was down for the first time I think in history. NFT announcement suggests a new marketplace could drive up to 3 billion in revenue for the first 2 years. Do you think there's a good chance of halt given a 10% gain is only like $10? I mean, it's more likely to halt at a lower price point than it is at a higher one. Could it be argued the announcement today was actually more detrimental because the increase in buy orders would be used to cover FTDs through CNS, thus FTD covering, not applying buy pressure? It's possible. It could have a negative effect. The 20% drop was excessive, but we saw it with Netflix. I mean, at this point, you know, with the uncertainty in the market, any miss is going to be, you know, regarded more. The reaction is going to be more vehement, right? Because they already, like, a lot of people are already considering many of these big tech companies overvalued. It's a quiche. So consensus, FTD's covered? I wouldn't say they're covered yet. Gross. I don't want to hear you eat. YouTubers with no manners whatsoever. So apocalyptic Adam, leave. Exit the stream and go fuck yourself. sit here for 8 hours a day. You think I give a shit if you don't like me eating? YouTube manners. LOL. No, the FTDs due on the 8th. They're just different FTDs. Angry YouTuber berates audience during financial mukbang. Half the stream hates you eating, the other half wants you to do it right into the mic. I know. This is good. If we can sustain, I think if we can sustain this price point above 100 into this afternoon, we have a good chance of testing here again, maybe breaking through. What we really want to do is break through 111 or 113 and hold that into close. That was a fucking good quiche. I'll buy more of those. Ooh, AMD doing the thing I wanted to do. Nope. Not yet. No, it wasn't. Shit, I don't know where it came from. If real men don't eat quiche, is this your way of telling us you're actually synthetic without telling us that you're synthetic? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Hmm. Intraday looking like the Jan 2021 chart, especially with the drop off at the end. I have 111 as the reversal. Okay. Yours is probably more accurate. Mine's just based on the chart. The 113 is just based on the chart, like the Max Payne chart. Quiche is French. Did you see my DM? I didn't. RC Ventures agrees to this daily agreement. Deadline for submission. The director of nomination stockholders. The company's 2022 annual meeting. No later than December 23rd, 2021. However, the date. His gag order was up on November 23rd. I think the gag order was lifted. Also, I verified the Reddit post there. It's correct. I think they were worried about him saying something November 23rd. Interesting. Well, they've said something today, and they don't seem to be extremely worried. I guess his gag order was up in November. That seems to be accurate based on what you sent me. Are you confident we'll see 200 in 6 months? It's possible. Six months. I think we'll see it a couple of times before 6 months. I don't know if we'll sustain it though, Matthew. What should I do with a 150 call expiring Feb 18th? Up to you. You can roll it. Can sit on it and see if something happens. 150 is not too bad. We expect you to sit there all day, no food or drink, so you can physically just expire. What an asshole. I hate people. Hi Gurk, have a great day, no matter what. I wish I had some quiche. Yum. It was delicious. It had leek and broccoli and Gruyere with Serrano ham. No, GameStop's still partnering with Loopring. It's in the 8K. What time is it? 11:50. Is quiche same like pie? It's like a savory pie. If we can cross 113 today, then yes, we would get more action tomorrow. If we close above it, specifically Moon. How are we going down on green candles? What? You mean like these? These just peaked out and then the next candle went down. So these opened here. But the movement throughout the minute was positive. I mean, we wouldn't know if it was a margin call. I think institutional investors are pretty risk averse right now, and are, after an earnings miss like that, are willing to bail. We saw it on Netflix. We've seen it on Facebook now. If 206 months is only possible, that essentially puts MOASS an extremely unlikely chance of happening. I mean, without price improvement through this cycle, yeah. Who was afraid of who saying something in November? It's possible that the short hedge funds were afraid of Ryan Cohen saying something, because it appears that his gag order was lifted on November 23rd. It's not filling our upside gaps at all. If we don't see an appreciable price improvement now through the 8th, our next window around OPEX, do you see additional shorting prior to that? I do, but I also see that borrow rate flying up if they do. If they keep trying to push us below this like resistance point at 100, they're gonna keep bumping the borrow rate. So even if they're internalizing this FTD borrow volume right now, they're still creating a lot of real FTDs on GameStop, which is something they haven't done since early last year. But yeah, I don't expect any positive price improvement through the 8th, at least not due to FTDs. Or from the 8th through OPEX. Ah, shit. I needed to pay attention to that. Oh, well. SPY turning around yet? No. The SPY's going to come back down to 450. It's inversing it a little bit. What's DDS doing? Up and down. We can't even get volume on one of our biggest announcements in months. Yeah, volume's not great. I mean, it's fine for before noon. There's still, you know, the rest of the day. What's your take on the Twitter shadow bans? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. What mechanic forces them to stop internalizing? Just margin? Yeah. That's disgusting, Dr. K. Do you think the action will come back today? Yeah, I think we have a chance of moving later this afternoon when we start to see some volume come out of the dark pools. I would like to know what the current dark pool percentage is. Are FTDs a dud? We'll see. Why are you not expecting? I didn't say I wasn't expecting price improvement. I don't expect any right now in the midday. People are saying GMEDD or Shadowban on Twitter, but there's no proof for the claims. Okay. If during the cycle they've gotten ETFs on threshold list and have moved into heavy shorting, risking GME being added as well, something they've avoided all year, would that mess the cycle up? If GME gets added to the threshold list, yes. $25 million penalty if GameStop doesn't release NFT marketplace before 2022. Did I read that correctly? I'm not sure. I haven't had time to read through the whole thing yet. Remember the Ortex buy signal? Off exchange 137.31. Glad that price improvement's being realized. Do you believe the shorts could find a way to keep us down permanently? Random question. No. I don't know why people are buying weeklies. Because I bought weeklies. 37.31% dark pool. That's interesting. $11 using end of day data yesterday. Max sensitivity 121, 150. Milestones for 12 months, not 2022. Okay. Ortex at 1269. Facebook definitely not recovering any of that lost value. Jimmy's gonna keep falling. What's the rest of the basket doing? Stabilizing. 1.93 million volume. 1.59. Now we're gapping down. Thanks, Chris Nipples. Massive bull trap earlier today? Maybe. Slow, though. You just gotta laugh, right? Run to 170 on rumors of NFT marketplace, but drop in price with official confirmation of it with multiple partners. Yeah, it's kind of bullshit. Very, very low volume drop. VWAP's like not moving at all. Volume sustained shorting on XRT though. XRT starting to turn around. Wonder if we're just forming like a larger wedge. It's pointless. Hmm. Bottom. Interesting. It might bounce off delta neutral. Although we already did in pre-market, there's a gap here. A few gaps. 97, 81, 90, 97, 81, 9709. I think there's too many for me to read. Down to 96.85. Although a higher bounce would be good. Dark pull up to 37% today. That's interesting. Are they long or short on them? I keep hearing different versions. They're not most of their blue chip, most of the big blue chips like FANG stocks are their core position. We had a nice run to 105-ish, but I have reason to believe that not everything. That's not everything. What's your thoughts just here now? I don't think that's everything. I think we're going to see more later this afternoon. We're still on track for like a 3.54 million volume day. Is that a weekly trend? It's from our bottom. on the, did I draw it on the 15 minute? I think I drew it on the 15 minute. It could actually even be further out. I mean, maybe closer to the bottom if we go from our high. That's like pre-market though. It'll be interesting if we bounce on this uptrend for today. That would be good. It looks like we're turning around a little bit on it, but I don't know if we're going to sustain this. Like if we hold this uptrend right here, that's good. Like if we can bounce off of this point into some volume this afternoon. You think an update post on SS would go a long way? I feel like we're in a territory we never thought we'd be in, but nobody is addressing it. I mean, I address it every day. Do I want to write a big, like, 10-page long DD explaining how shorting through delta sensitivity works? Not really. There's more sold puts and bought puts and a lot of calls bought today. It smells like a run incoming. Yeah, I think they're leveraging out of the short positions and the puts, and they're getting prepared for a run later this afternoon. If they'd gotten us below delta neutral yesterday, I would say they would have tried to keep shorting us down today, so we would have seen more puts coming in, but they failed to do that. They tried to push it down below in after hours or pre-market also, and we bounced on that delta neutral line. So someone's protecting the upside. Because retail's not trading that. If we don't see significant movement by the end of this cycle, MOASS will be way less likely. Yes. Until we start to realize higher price points, absolutely. Is this price suppression or is just a no interest in GME despite the announcement? It's hard to say because we can't tell if buy volume's coming in or not. Yesterday they internalized massive amounts of volume. And our short volume yesterday was what, fucking like 68% or something? This seems like a huge bear trap by GameStop. They announced this at this time during the current conditions on GME. Am I crazy here? Timing's important. I agree that the announcement pre-market today is very relevant and timed that way probably for a reason. I mean, DN implies the point at which they should be favoring call hedging. But we're definitely locked in kind of a channel between that delta neutral. Let me zoom in. Like between these 2 points. Shorts want us below delta neutral. Longs want us above the put call parity. So if we break this, we can run. If we fall below this, they're going to continue shorting. So right now, max pain is very important. I think today is going to be probably a fight for that, or we'll break it. Hopefully we break through. Because if we can, we have the potential to really start moving. When does this cycle end? On the 8th? They do internalize on other run-ups. They internalize billions of dollars of volume in last January 2021. I don't know, because I can look at them, which is cool. They still don't matter. Over the last several days, we've left many, many gaps unfilled. I don't know if TradingView has the same gap display or not. Can you go over an updated calendar for these next 2 weeks? Today's important, and then what? The 8th is important. We can take a look at it real quick since nothing's really going on. Hold on. I just switch this out to the daily. So today should be a big FTD day because today is the futures FTD expiry, and then we have the next kind of relevant one is here. I don't know what effect this one will have, but due to the holiday, FTDs from 2 separate days fall on the 7th. And then the 8th, which is the FTDs from the December OPEX or December LEAP expiry. And then after that, I mean, after the 8th, we don't really have overlapping FTDs anymore. It's just the FTDs from the shorting through the December window. And then into Feb OPEX. But I don't really consider there to be too many FTDs after this point. Like there's some, but not as many. So they fall off here after the 8th. But then at some point right around here on the 14th, we're going to start to possibly pick up into the OPEX. But we'll have to see how that plays out. They can hedge in advance or they could run it all at once. We just don't know yet until we get there. But after the 14th, I'll be paying attention to see, if we're starting to see incremental increases every day, or we have like a really good Friday before the run, then we need to be aware of the possible rug pull after OPEX is complete. They're still generating asymmetric risk. The longer they keep us down, the more unstable it's going to become. Internalizing is part of a market maker's job in order to reduce liquidity in the market, or in order to reduce volatility in the market. Cycle ends on the 8th. So, like you said before, they could be waiting at the very last minute to cover bigly. But what are they going to do then? They're going to internalize the order flow until the 8th and then just let it all dump out? I don't know. I don't think so. And then today's announcement fucks things up. I don't know. SPY having trouble holding 450. It's got room. It's got room to drop down to like 448. On this like consolidation period, and then I would be looking at, so down to here. This is the range I was kind of expecting the SPY to fall into. For the near term. Like after the rejection here at 458, like I think it can fall here to like 450, 448 in this range before recovering and continuing to move up. This is good though. We found somewhat of an uptrend. It's a weak one, but just spending more money this time around. Yeah, they're shorting far harder than they have. I mean, this is the hardest short side action we've seen since the ETF rebalance, since post shareholder meeting. So and a lot of that was fueled by the massive liquidity dumps from GameStop, 5 million share offering. And the ETF rebalance, which released like another like 11 million shares. Or 8 million? I think it was 8 million. If you figure that retail buys about, even if we bought 10,000 shares a day to recover this like 13 million share deficit, would take how many trading days in a year? 330, right? No, it's not right. I'll just divide it by 365. Fuck it. Like 3.5 years. How do you feel about the announcement this morning? I haven't had time to look into it in depth, but everything sounded really promising. I mean, it's kind of an unknown, but yeah, it looks good. At least it's some light shed on forward plans. Even at 100,000 shares a day, which I don't think is anywhere near what retail buys, you're talking about like 130 trading days. So Well, there's been no changes in institutional interest except BlackRock buying more, but not a lot of big sell-offs of GameStop. So that's how you know they shorted, right? Or retail's selling a bunch, which I guess is possible, but I don't think so. I don't think they care if we get MOASS or not. I don't think that's the goal of a company to create a short squeeze. I was wondering if you could take a look at TM and see what you think about with earnings coming up next Wednesday. $200 a share. It looks good. Actually. If you're playing earnings though, you may want to give yourself some time. Toyota's usually a pretty slow moving stock. Like most of these run-ups take a couple weeks to be realized. So be prepared for that. But it's moving up right now. It's got a nice bounce on the EMA 60. Is this an all-time high? Yeah. It looks good though. I don't know how good their earnings are going to be with the supply chain issues. You might want to do some more research into that. Check DMs. Hmm. So you're right. After CNS, there are no FTDs, but someone is still net short. Well, no, not if the short was synthetic. If a share was borrowed, like a long short will remain short. But a synthetic FTD cleared through CNS is gone. The issue there is that the ETF still has to buy the stock. So even if the short position cash settles, then the ETF agents have to go out and buy the stock, which is what they use futures to obscure, right? That's on Amazon earnings and the market's reaction tomorrow. It's a good question. I don't know. It might tank. Amazon makes all their money off like third party resellers though and AWS. So I think the question Amazon already took a fucking big hit. I think the question here though is I don't even know if they'd be that bad. That's kind of, they've already, I mean, Amazon's dived the last few days. I don't know if they'd have bad earnings. They're not really affected by like the supply chain issues and stuff, right? They're not like a traditional retailer. The last big ETF FTD around like $45 in after hours compared to these two ETF FTD dates. There must be any significant move. Or do you think they cover it every day with the $10 price swings? I mean, they cover a lot with those price swings. They also, they're also boxing in the price action in channels every day, right? The morning they short into their out of the money puts that they buy, driving those puts into the money. They use the pressure from those puts to cap the upside of price swings, and then they cover within the low range. And that's usually why we see the put shed at the end of the day and we kind of come back up to near where we open. Which is something we're seeing going on right now. And also like our volume goes up through that period. Just got an interview with Palantir. Cool. A 2.7 Camry with 500,000 miles on it. Bullish. What do you think about Nvidia and earnings? How's Nvidia looking right now? How was our big post split around? Peaked at like 350. And they've turned around. I don't know if they've stabilized. It could drop back down. There's a big fucking gap down here at 228. I don't know if that'd fill. If it slips, there's room for it to fall all the way back down to 200. Definitely affected by supply chain issues. I'd be careful with it. Well, they're down 3% today. When's their earnings? Maybe now. That might take a hit. I mean, most of our drop was over these like 3 week period. Here and then again here. We've stabilized here. But during these periods of stabilization are when our FTDs have been due. So really all the FTDs have done so far is stabilize the price action and prevent drops. But we haven't seen any upside from them. It's possible that Jimmy had 890,000 FTDs due to XRT, and this was a big chunk of the ETF FTDs from futures, and they covered those on 1/6 after hours before XRT went into thresholding. But we still have to see how today will play out. Yeah, I mean, the whole market's fucking red today. Is it possible due date for FTDs were pushed back at all? Only if the FTD is due on a holiday. I'm not saying there can't be some variation in when the FTDs are due, because there can be, right? Because those ETF agents don't have to mark those orders and submit them to the NSCC. Like, they have no, ETF agents have no predetermined time to submit that. They can fucking do whatever they want, essentially. Once it's submitted, then you go into the T plus 5, which is really 6, plus 35. Who carries the obligation in case of a dividend when ETF shares are created? The shorts. I think that's why Lenixis and Turd were digging into like the XRT dividends and how they affect GameStop's borrow rate. So less of a chance for something to happen if they already covered. Yeah, but there's other ETFs as well. XRT is not the only one. And we still have the rest of this overlap period. We have that double overlap or triple overlap on the 7th. We have FTDs due from the December leap expiry on the 8th. But I still think we're going to see more volume today. The volume today doesn't make sense. We're trying to figure out a very complex system with a bunch of loopholes and set expectations. Just because you didn't get the activity to validate the thesis doesn't mean the play is dead. I know. If you only borrow Jimmy from an ETF, why do you care about XRT's dividend? Because they short before they borrow. Short XRT, then borrow stock. Because that makes it cheaper to borrow, right? But they don't want to pay a dividend on those shorts. Oh yeah, if we go out to the weekly, I think this is, yeah, this is our first slightly green week throughout this whole fucking thing since November. It's very slight though. They could, I'm sure there's a way for them to drag it out a little extra. Yeah. They're they could place the orders by market open today through dark pools that don't print today also. There is some flexibility there. The media will just explain it like that. Like GameStop ran overnight as the retail frenzy continued. Like between Feb 8th and 18th, it should be a pretty dull period. Possibly. Starting on the 14th, though, if they're going to pre-hedge OPEX again, we may see it start to run. I'm an extremely emotional investor, and the second I see the price go down, I spam your chat with FUD. Can you tell me MOASS in 15 minutes? Weren't pretty much all of our runs started in the afternoon? Yeah, for the most part. November 3rd wasn't. That's the last corresponding FTD day that matches up with this one was not. It was first thing in the morning. I've been thinking we could be 100% right that they haven't covered and we still don't squeeze. That's possible. Do you still believe in a Feb run for OPEX? I mean, OPEX hasn't failed yet. XOT short interest climbing today. I don't know. I asked Turd what the dark pool volume was, but I guess he's busy. Let me DM him. It makes sense that they ran it out of the gate on November 3rd because the days leading into it were green already. I mean, we had the same setup this time until yesterday. We went all the way up like Monday, Tuesday, and then topped out here, and then we've been coming down. We came down yesterday into today where we're up again, so it's hard to say. Do we just gap up there a little bit? Is it possible the volume required to clear FTDs is so drastic they're choosing not to clear them and reg show us to provide short-term escape? I mean, we wouldn't know for 5 days though. It should be the 8th. How much in theta will you lose if we continue this price action until OPEX with no improvement in price? It varies because I have different contracts at different strikes, but probably like two to $3,000 a day. Oh, that's super cool. Hold on, I'm checking right now. Um, Hold on, I'm trying to find. What the fuck is the dark pool volume? Okay, I can't find this. I can't find it. I have no idea. I've never used this platform before. Um, Fucking Christ. Two, three. Oh, 40% or 37.28% right now for dark pool volume. So not a lot of volume going through dark pools. Did you miss a Ko-Fi? I might have. Sorry. So 510 gang has decided that yachts and Lambos are lame. The gang wants to buy an aircraft carrier for all their debauchery and vices. Thanks, Pickle Morty. Okay, this looks good. We just crossed VWAP. See if we can sustain some sort of move here. $100K more shares return, total of $200K available. Borrow rate dropped by 0.2, now 2.1. Thanks, Shane. 11.3 had panicked BBY purchased after they announced their buyback. It's true, I know. So FTDs that need to be covered this period have been somewhat covered. Yes. That's why our volume's been so much higher historically than it's been for the last, from June through November, our volume was almost insignificant every day, with the exception of like August 24th, right? And the run into November 23rd. So our volume through this period has been much higher. And that's because they have a lot of FTDs due that they have to net settle. The question is, when do the FTDs overload the system? How long can they internalize for? These are unknowns. Do you think MMs are too powerful and influential in the markets? Absolutely. I think MMs are not forced to maintain a neutral position, which allows them to manipulate the markets because they're granted far too much power. The SEC has said public collusion is impossible. What has stopped retail from coordinating a massive gamma ramp? I mean, nothing except direct collusion like that is possible, I suppose. Um, and even the SEC probably wouldn't approve of that type of direct manipulation. Also, retail's poor. Retail can't afford to build a massive gamma ramp. But one is already kind of built right now. It's just a question of, are we going to get the momentum needed to start breaking up and moving onto that ramp, which can push us much higher. And that momentum likely won't come from retail. It's either got to come from the short side or from longs buying in. Patronum to all shills and fudders in chat. The wizard community still believes in MOASS. Citadel's black magic of internalization and share creation has reached its limits. Let's fucking go. It's time to rip. Relax. We're at 100. We're not even at our intraday high. April 120p is getting sold off. Good. What factors would influence institutional FOMO? The price climbing up out of this very, very reasonable zone of accumulation. Remember that like someone's buying all of this, right? So if they're selling, then someone's purchasing all of this volume. So someone is accumulating more shares during this period. If it starts to slip this range where they've decided that they like buying the stock, that can create a little bit of FOMO from them as they chase the price up a little higher. We also have a gamma ramp here, which institutions are buying into, right? That's what's driving our delta neutral down is this increase in call buying. And while some of this is retail, it's not all retail. Like these big fucking, like, what was it the other day? There's Feb or March calls. It was like 3.2 million in March calls. That's very unlikely that that's, you know, retail purchasing. $12.69 is upon us. We'll see. Didn't they short it yesterday? Do you think any potential earnings Amazon drop is priced in at this point? I don't know if their earnings are going to be bad. My wife just said she achieved a 5% borrow rate. What mean? The term shill gets thrown about too likely, too much. A shill isn't somebody who's curious about their investment during uncertain times. Who's a shill? I don't think I'm getting famous. We still have relatively the same amount of people in here every day. Telling people to fuck off while I eat quiche is probably the reason. I could stop doing that, I suppose. Nah. Weird question. Back when Wardham was the dude streaming, did you ever see his streams? What do you think of TA? His TA, was it cringe? I mean, He was just like learning, right? I didn't really watch too many of his streams. I read his posts. I saw a couple of his streams. But it seemed like mostly he was just answering like market questions and stuff. There's not. There's four. Oh, I guess there are a lot of people in here. Kidding, famous you are. It's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Cat keeps sinking lower. The market gonna turn around? It's just gonna chop here. At least you're being realistic in your projections and not hyping up Moon Gang. That shit's just annoying. Um, what's up, Pickle? What did I miss in the last week? Not fucking much. Big announcement from GameStop today. Well, I don't know if it's a big announcement, but an announcement from GameStop today, which is a shift in what usually happens. Getting shafted with amazing buy prices. So we're rolling March 18s now? No. Doesn't them shorting us on news go together like lamb and tuna fish, or would you prefer a different analogy? That's a terrible analogy, toilet wine. I used to be lonely, but then I started telling everyone that I'm friends with Gurk, and now I'm cool. Awesome, man. 2.6K people watching, 1.1K likes. Whatever. I still need to roll a 218 with Fidelity. They required settle funds for options. If I sell before close, will the funds be settled by market open? Sometimes. And do you see too much risk with potential after hour moving? Uh, hmm. Not really. I mean, we could run an after hours, but you can't play around that. Especially if you just have like one contract. Just saw a post on RSS that says IBKR has GME marked as not shortable for the first time. Can anyone confirm? I see 200,000 shares available. Just saw a post on our. You think they will cover tomorrow instead? I don't know. Weird for them to cover. They usually don't cover on Fridays because there's zero DTEs on Friday. And so it's super risky. Is the breakout today still realistic? We'll see. Not a lot of volume so far. This mid-afternoon lull, like we dipped, but it barely shifted VWAP. Like we haven't really traded any volume in this period at all. 0.3 million since like here. What's that count? Should we push to get rid of short selling altogether? I mean, short selling in itself isn't bad. It's these over short, like long short positions that are bad, you know, especially when market makers are pushing for them. We should probably force market makers to remain neutral on positions instead of letting them capitalize on arbitrage and premiums. Stop and announce something. Would be lit if you talk about hedge funds or short the whole market. Last time you did, we had a big green up to 106.94. We'll see. Is it 1269 yet? No. One more minute. The Johnnies are getting into an argument on how to spell Johnny. I would imagine that it's spelled with an H. You've chosen not to spell it that way. Although the name John is spelled with an H. People are worrying before the 2:30 dark pool order print. Yeah, I mean, people are anxious. They're anxious every day. So on Bloomberg, the Gensler will have a response to meme stock mania next week. Cool. You see the tweet from Gasparuno on the Department of Justice having about 60 abusive short sellers involved in their investigation? No, but that could drag shit out a super long time. You think Melvin is still being propped up by Citadel? No. Did they give them more money? Why not just automate market making? That'd be even better. Because you take massive chunks out of the economy by doing that. People don't want to lose money. You still holding contracts for Feb 18th? No, I rolled my Feb 18th back in January. Loof. Is that closed door SEC meeting today? Are we expecting any news at all from it? No, it's a closed door meeting. The Amazon option chain tells quite the bearish story. It does. It's days like this where things seem like the calm before the storm, and I remind myself about how badass your birthday was. Thanks for all you do. It's appreciated bigly. That was a good day. I remember that day. Show us your wrist to lift the stock. Can you draw a big triangle looking to break out around 2 p.m.? Probably. We have this uptrend that we held. Possibly. Does that break out at 2 though? Mm, yeah, about 2:30. Did you release a new video on your School of Stock channel? Not yet. Um, it wasn't finished editing. I'm very happy about your dream, Callum. Maybe School of Rock starring Jack Black was based on a real music school from Philadelphia, the Paul Green School of Rock Music. Cool. What effect of Jamie Price does the 230 dark purple print usually have? I mean, usually we start to see some more volume going into the later part of the day on days where they have to cover FTDs because they cover many of them through dark pools. What a ridiculous argument. Thanks, NyQuil. I love how there's no sell wall today. There isn't, but has there really been one? Is AMD turning around yet? A little bit. That looks good, right? Should have played fucking Tesla today. Fuck, man, I called that peak too. Just right there. Piece of shit. Market turning around. GameStop not. XRT. Someone said they won't start covering FTDs till after the 2 p.m. Eastern margin check. That's possible. I mean, we're getting like almost no volume in the midday, so either we'll get volume into the end of the day or we won't. Bunch of IWM puts coming in. Thanks, Keith Davis. VIX is spiking. Ooh. I need this to break 25. Hmm. Will your new channel feature videos on how to read? It won't, but I will narrate it. What's up, Joe Valente? Thank you so much. Any thoughts on the 30K buy wall that was at 95 last night, moved up to 90 this AM, then taken down at open? Price anchoring to prevent an after hours gap up? Is a buy wall? I don't think so. It sounds like a put in place to prevent the price from falling. Can you look at TD and tell me what you think? Bought some leaps now that it's back on the uptrend. Kind of chasing a little bit. Looks like you missed the uptrend. Toronto Dominion Bank. It could recover. What's it doing today? There we go. I wasn't loading that candle. What's your target? Okay, this doesn't have a lot of room to move to its all-time high. It's already at its all-time high. Why does this keep changing? Yeah, I don't know. It seems a bit chasey, but I guess if they continue to sustain growth, they'd probably be fine. Did you target like in the money? Ooh, what's going on? Ascending scallops. This is bullish. What, Facebook? April? What was that? I betcha 840p's Feb 4th for Tesla came in. That's a low target. TTD. Oh, hold on. I want to see this. This is a very, very bullish reversal. About April FB calls at the money. Oh, that's probably not a terrible idea. It's Facebook's definitely a little oversold. If we have under 25K in my account and I have made 3 day trades in a week, if I sell a 0 DTECC on Friday and expires worthless, do I get a strike? Do you have a margin account? When am I going to roll my March calls? Probably shed them after the 8th, pick them back up before the 14th. Steven? What happens if they just decide not to meet FTD obligations? What would that process look like? It could look like a margin call. It could look like Jamie getting pushed onto the threshold list and them being unable to short it without a pre-borrow agreement, which I would imagine is very hard to obtain on GameStop. Well, if you've noticed, there's probably very few news stories about GameStop. the fuck? What's that? Oh, our breakout was picking up so much momentum. Lame. $4 out. Shift showing 500k bet on Feb 4 weeklies for GME. Nice. Earnings expiration. What? You planning on buying puts after the 8-ish? No, probably not. That period could just be kind of flat. Like it doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna jam the price back down. Maybe CCs. No margin account. Does that mean I can day trade more than 3 times in a week? Yes. What's up, Gaff? How you doing? It's just following the SPY. Yeah. For the most part. Just eating my lunch with my finance bros. If Facebook goes bankrupt, will I still be able to waste my life playing Farmville and some people pictures of my dolphin topiaries? Probably. I mean, there's other platforms for that as well, right? I don't know about Farmville. Is Farmville still a thing? Do people still play that? If nothing this month happens at all, is GME dead? No, but it's not in a good spot. Dumb question. When I set a limit sell or stop limit on a liquid option, does it use the bid or the actual price of the last sale? If you use a stop limit, the sale is your limit. So it'll use whatever the standing bid is if your stop is triggered. If your limit's above the current bid, then you'd probably be kind of in limbo until the bid went up. But if your limit's below, you'll just fill it whatever the bid is. How much do you expect 2 to 3 billion in projected revenue to impact the fundamentals stock price with all the shorting and MOASS stuff aside? It depends on how the market decides to evaluate that increase in future revenue. Oh, Gaff, since you're in here, what do you know about fucking Immutable X or IMX? Jimmy's not going to be profitable this quarter. I mean, they're not going to have like positive EPS if that's what you're trying to get at. DRS numbers don't bring up fundamental value. If we see a run today or tomorrow, how do you think Jimmy will behave into Feb 8th? Or does it all depend on how violent the initial run is? Yeah, it depends on how much ground we can gain back on that move back up towards VWAP. All I know is X gonna give it to you. Thank you, Daniel Blaze. Jason Lebel, I don't know if you meant to write a message with that, but I appreciate it. Hey, Han. How you doing? I'm at the money on my March 18s. It's the most responsible I've been since Jan 21. Yeah, I agree. Beating EPS estimates would be nice. I still expect them to be negative as long as they're dumping money into growth and inventory. You used to be a VP, right? I got 3 interviews today. Any tips? Yeah, be friends with the people interviewing you beforehand. That's worked well for me in the past. Based on the price action you've seen on GME over the past couple of weeks, what's your prediction for the price of dandies by 2024? What the fuck is a dandy? I have to cover FTDs, but so if we run over 120, most likely then we get a gamma ramp. Yeah, it could trigger like a little bit of a gamma squeeze if we start running over 120. 111 really is where we need to break out from and hold through close. Their L2 scaling is limited to ZK rollups with no plans to move to optimistic L2. This will cause some scaling issues on the chain, which is why the LRC link is still there. Gives another avenue for TX. Okay. I'm going to dig into it more tonight, but it was an interesting development. Also, an interesting announcement time on a very interesting day. I feel like gaps at downside are somehow used to suppress our breakouts. Why am I wrong? I mean, you might not be. It probably helps. No, they're still partnered with Loopring. Sup, Garrick, you rolled your Feb 18 on Jan 26 to dodge the bulk of theta decay. If you'd held to Feb 25th, let's pretend, when would you roll them? Today? Oh, if you held Feb 25th, let's pretend, when would you roll them today? I probably would have rolled them also on January 26th. Wind Moon. If you use a comparison between BRNHF, BrainChip, and GME, it looks ridiculously similar. Just because one stock's price movement looks the same as another one doesn't mean that they're going to have the same outcome. Legitimately, IMEX is the safer business move for GME all the way around. It's based in the US, an established gaming space, NFT marketplace, Unchained Gods, and still provides L2 scaling solutions. Okay. I mean, is any of this relevant unless F moves to L2? Like, until F 2.0? It's mentioned in the earnings report, and I would argue it can increase fundamental value. It doesn't change the valuation of the company at all. It just means more shares are closely held. I guess it could improve incoming investor confidence. Maybe. Yeah, cat's slowly drifting down. I'm aware. I'll probably cut my losses on this. What's going on with DDS today? Same shit. Turning around. Hmm. Expectations for tomorrow? None really. Can you click the off-screen MOASS button? It's just just go to GameStop's investor relations portal. People can't share links in the chat. Jimmy will be receiving $115 million for the partnership with Immutable X. Paying? We'll be receiving $150 million worth of IMX, right? Gigi said 90 to 95% is dark. Believable. How many times today do you? How many times a day do you say MOASS? I don't know. Not that many, unless I'm reading it in a question. Because I didn't understand. Tomorrow's the last day they have to cover FTDs. No, they have FTDs every day from the 1st through the 8th, overlapping. 2 days overlap on the 7th. Check DMs. What's this? Oh, isn't that this weekend? I think I traded IMX once. It was like a long time ago though. Might have been like last year maybe. A few months ago, like October or November, something like that. It moved from, I don't know, I just chased it. I was like bored and on the toilet. But I think it moved from like $3 to something. That's why I do all my crypto trading. IMX minting is carbon neutral, which is important for mass adoption. Yeah, it is. Quick summary of this day. GameStop made an announcement this morning. We had a fairly nice early run, about $10, and then we've been consolidating for the rest of the day. It jumped 70% in November. Yeah, I think I traded it then briefly. I didn't get 70% off of it, but how do you do TA on the SPY? By doing TA on it? What do you mean? You want me to describe to you in detail how to do technical analysis? Or is there like a specific question that you have? I keep talking about the bar rate, but if they were that hard to locate, wouldn't the lenders just jack the cost to borrow? Yes, they would. They're not that hard to locate yet. I want to be an initial offering participant, but since the SEC is the SEC, they wouldn't allow for airdrops to be distributed. So they just removed the US from being able to get it. I was furious. Huh. How do they break the cycle theory? CNS. Hopium on the upside move. That's kind of where I'm at with weekly, in respect to weeklies at least. What does that mean to the FTD? I get that they are covering FTDs. Does that mean we don't have sufficient FTDs to make a change? Yeah. It means that, I mean, if they can continue to internalize and net settle FTDs, then the FTDs aren't high enough, which is interesting because the ETF FTDs are higher than they were in November or in September. Give credence to the theory that retail is paper handing during December and January. We'll see. We always hit our lowest lows before OPEX anyway. With the exception being last cycle. All right. Can we assume that they have many ways to short and escape? It is rough. Thanks for the tip with BRB. It looks like it might be turning around. Cool. Price has not changed since you left. I see that. I'm not happy about it, but I see it. Ooh, almonds. Thank you for all you're doing. I hate my job, but a little bit of the time I get going on and off your stream learning is making my work day more tolerable. So random thank you. Appreciate it, man. Usually OPEX is like a $30 to $50 price movement. What's more consolidated, the world's money supply or Jimmy's price action? Oh, I agree. Our potential going into the share offering in June was very, very high. $100K borrowed. Your triangle is slightly off. Unfollowed, unsubscribed, unviewed, and unfantasized about. Only 4 of those things are true. 100K borrowed rip soon. That's usually not how shorts borrowed works, but I hope so. Where the fuck did that line just go? Son of a bitch. How is that a thing? Fucking bullshit. Hmm. NFT Marketplace did nothing. That's because they announced it 2 weeks ago before GameStop did. Right? 3 weeks ago? 4 weeks ago? Do you know Ape Andy? No. Any news on dark pool volume? um, Turd gave me his login to check it, but I don't know how. So no. I think it's at like 38%, or it was earlier. I mean, it's kind of a arbitrary statement, right? 90 to 95% of retail orders are likely not block orders. $38.22 off exchange. Chart exchange. So I assume you're getting that from chart exchange. Chart exchange is usually a little bit off from dark pool volume. Can you change the clock on a VCR, or is that problematic too? I mean, it's not something I've done in the last 20 years. Not calling you out, but when I've tuned in this week, you don't seem happy anymore. I'm wondering why. I've had a lot of shit going on this week, and then just massive shills. Like, not today, but every other day this week has just been nonstop. MM's hold retail orders back and then block them together when there's enough of them, and then run them through dark pools, or then run them to the lit exchange. Gary Gensler is very focused on dark pool volume and like high frequency trading, which you'd expect from a former, like Goldman Sachs guy, right? Like, he has an agenda too. Citadel makes all the money off that shit, and other people want that money. Massive shill here represent. When it comes to GME, how full bull are you? Oh, I'm full bull. I hear the shills have been bringing you down. I know money makes you happy. So here's a little something to buy yourself a bag of Cool Ranch Doritos. Oh, that sounds good. Hmm. Can I get Cool Ranch Doritos this time of day delivered to me? Thanks, Tunes. I'm not going anywhere. Listen, if GameStop stops going up and down all the time, then we'll just sell strangles on it until it does again. Can't let the market makers have all the money. Cat bouncing. Good for it. Is it though? For the Quiche Fund, great channel, and I appreciate your approach and presentation of the facts in DD. Thanks, Chris Childs. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. They have spicy Cool Ranch? I hate fucking ranch, but I don't think Cool Ranch is actually ranch. It's delicious. DoorDash groceries? I think you can do that. I don't know. I've never tried. I just order food from places. I could probably find like a deli near me or something that has Doritos. Interested what your two main go-to Chinese dishes are. Oh, cold sesame noodles with like the hot chili oil, and then like vegetable egg foo young. Oh, and egg rolls. Just fuck tons of egg rolls. I know they're not actually Chinese, but they are. Thanks for the offer, Multi Blues, but I'd rather not. Triangle o'clock. Thanks, Daniel. Maybe 2 bags of Cool Ranch? Maybe I'll go to the store later today. I've been meaning to buy some things. My refrigerator currently contains a gallon of milk, half a box of spring mix salad mix, but no salad dressing, and then 2 Hot Pockets. So, oh, and I have an egg, but it's not enough eggs for me to do anything with, so I just haven't eaten it for 3 weeks. We haven't been this far separated from dicks since last February, but if you look at 2020, it was separated all year. Is the dicks the percent volume in the dark pool or the price in the dark pools? It's the percent volume in the dark pools. Have you ever had issues transferring shares into IBKR? I never have. Like, I've never transferred a share into IBKR. I've transferred from WeBull to Fidelity before. And likely will do again soon, because I have more shares in this account than I want to have in it. Throw the egg away? I think eggs last longer than that. I thought tomorrow was the last price move before November 24th. Is it something new, or was I not paying attention? Not paying attention? It's always been Feb 1st through 8th. Nothing has changed. I've said it 5 million times. Keeping your Hot Pockets on the fridge? No, they're in my freezer, but the whole thing is a fridge. I suggest a dish that I frequently partake in, hand salad. It's where you take a bunch of salad, put it in your hand, and eat it. That's fucking disgusting. Also, Gaff, how long is your lunch? Ugh, I want to start trading other stocks. I'm getting bored. Go fuck yourself, windmill. All right. Dick. It's nicotine. Thanks, Gordon Ramsay, mint orange juice Lara bar. Are we breaking out? Hmm. Nah. Pro tip for users who hate Fidelity: transfer your shares to Ashley Madison. "33% of Americans said they'd be more likely to go on a date with someone who mentioned crypto assets in their online dating profile, according to a survey by eToro." Yeah, guys, buy crypto. It'll get you laid. Isn't it safe to say there wasn't much GME in those ETFs, or are they just waiting to cover them? But there's a lot of GME in those ETFs. The ETF share creation was directly related to the GameStop shorting. And are they waiting to cover them? It's hard to say. Or if they're just covering them while we watch the price do nothing. I think that's the bigger question. Barney Kent. Cheers, Gurks. Thanks, Barney. Appreciate it. Cheers to you too, man. Why did I buy one DTE then? Probably the same reason I did. For money. It's had an inverse effect, but for now. I should have just sold them this morning when they were up $1,000. I know how to put an egg in water to tell if it's bad. You don't like risk analysis matrices? And you call yourself a shill? If you want, Gaff, and you're bored, you can help me do my stochastic calculus formula. Homework. Can we all appreciate SPY down 1.5%, GME up 1%? Imagine if all of our order flow was realized. F leaps or TTD monthlies? Fuck if I know, man. F leaps look safer. What's F doing today? Ooh. I wonder how much value this can lose. If this dropped below 20, I'd be curious about it. It hasn't. Same dude. This piece of shit gonna turn around? SPY is starting to turn around. A little bit. I don't know how much it's gonna turn around today. Maybe backed up towards VWAP. God, what a shitty breakout. Is that a crypto asset in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me? Can you not check the other stocks and the ETFs and the ETFs themselves to determine whether or not anything is being covered? I mean, you can't tell what's being covered within the ETF. You can tell if covering's going on the ETF. End of day, we can look at ETF flow and see if things are being covered. So potentially they're covering while shorting, costs money, negative macro level impact, but buys time. Yeah. That seems to be what it's about. But here's like, this is what gets me is like, it's not sustainable for the long term. And I can't imagine why they would do this into OPEX. Unless we're right and they've moved into entropy swaps to protect themselves from an upside move, or they're moving into entropy swaps. In which case, when they do let it run, it's going to run like fucking crazy. Two to 3 weeks out. Let's fucking go. If no systemic risk, why is the OCC changing liquidation rules? Here's a little for your fridge fund. I'm sure it's empty because of having to pay your heating bill. Thanks for all you. We don't pay heating bills in New York City. You're one of a kind. Thank you so much, Alethea. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's no like heating bill in New York. It's just like included in their rent or whatever. I have a gas bill, but that's just for like my stove. Except my stove isn't gas. I don't have a gas bill anymore. Stupid not gas stove. Yeah, I know. They're bad for the environment. Can you show me where we are at on the big Pokeball formation? I remember this guy Warden talking about it last year. I'd love to. This was the Pokeball. That's where the wedge met. Well, we're not above VWAP, but we do have like a little bit of a crossover going on. Yeah, XRT still on reg show. I don't care what the SPY does as long as VIX spikes. I gotta kind of agree with that. Someone's buying a bunch of 218.98 Cs. Hmm. What do you mean by a bunch? Like a few? XRT holding it back. The moves are mirrored. They're very similar, yeah. And it kind of just looks like everything's sort of tracking the SPY, except the SPY didn't drop off as hard. Or the S&P. Let's just make the candles really big so it's more exciting. So switch to the one tick. There we go. Let's do it. Yawn. This is how I felt in September. Yeah. September and July, most of August. But if the entropy swap theory is true and they let it run, that benefits them. Yes. Yes. What explains some of the recent negative MSM attitude towards GME investors? You mean the last year of negative MSM attitude towards GME investors? Hmm. Look at them just like waiting to not jump the bid. This is the one tick time scale, by the way. This is how little fucking GameStop is trading right now. Ooh, trades are coming in. Short. Who's the counterparty to the swaps, though? That still bugs me. Someone long IV? Like long volatility? How much capital did you start with to quit? Um, I had 6 months of earnings saved up, a $25,000 trading account, and then another $25,000 in case I blew it up. That's one of the reasons I paper traded for so long before actually starting to trade, was because I was saving that money up. It's more exciting than watching it on the 1 minute. There will be covered calls, Moon. Not the way you do it, but the right way. Dark pool prints at 2:30? Not necessarily. Orders can execute towards the end of the day, though. It's not like 2:30 happens and there's like a guaranteed dark pool print. We are seeing some OTC orders come in, but someone shorted a bunch through Edgar. It's an IEX short that came in for sale. 129. There's a Chicago. Jimmy already hit 97. What about BNY Mellon? For sure, man. Did you lose money in your paper trading account a lot at the beginning? Oh, yeah. The variance swap counterparty, it has to be a non-transparent entity with no reporting requirements. They also have to be holding the exposure in a total return swap from Melvin et al. Yeah. Which is really, I mean, as far as no reporting requirements goes, I mean, Citadel's kind of king of that hill. They have more exemptions from reg show reporting than fucking anybody. They have exemptions from their options writing. They have exemptions from the NSCC, exemptions from the DTCC, exemptions from the CFTC. It's fucking ridiculous. How do I do it the wrong way? I mean, you sell cover calls on Friday before market close, risking your entire position for $500. That's how you're doing it the wrong way. What is the platform that you're watching now on the screen? This is just WeBull meditation. I just have it on the one tick because I was bored watching this. Your opinion, what are we seeing in the price action today? Churning volume to net off FTDs. Even options volume's not very high today. IV too low to sell a CC right now? IV's really high right now. IV's at like, it's like 145% at the money. Yelya's today's update from Yelya's in the Daily Post Farmer. Still gonna see 4 million volume today? No, maybe 3. I have a feeling they might try to shorten to close again. Oh, there's that other fucking lot. I feel like Elliott Wave's guy is more accurate than Greg. Elliott Wave's guy has predicted that we're going to run to $800 like 400 different times. Are you selling your weeklies today? Yeah, probably. Probably before power hour, too. Who else is diamond handing Feb 18s and praying for a huge run? Why don't you just roll? Fucking greedy. George Badger, thank you so much. Iron Porter, welcome to Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Can short simply sell shares back and forth to each other at the same price to generate CNS volume, provided that nobody else buys them while they're doing that? But there's a book you recommend for beginners. Do you know what it was? Technical analysis of the financials market, or of the financial market, or securities analysis? He just missed that we were actually in part 4A of Wave 69. Do you think this morning was the extent of today's run up? I mean, unless we get something else. You're supposed to move lines as trends develop, poker degen. That's how it works. You wouldn't move lines on Elliott Wave that often because it's a long-term analysis. But on intraday analysis, yeah, you're supposed to follow the trends. It's not like you just set the line and forget it. Yeah, this is fucking boring. I understand I'm rolling, but I'm down 98% on my Feb calls. If I roll, I'll save $100. I don't think it's worth taking that loss. Just in case, am I wrong? I mean, better to keep the money than lose it entirely. Yep, that's that. Ooh. You getting shorted? What a poop day. Ooh, SPY broke 448. That's not good. VIX is running up, which is good. Hmm. Holy fuck, Amazon's fucking drop is priced in. Jesus. That's not good for GameStop. It's good for the VIX. Jimmy announcement on today's massive FTD timing was not a coincidence. Just like a bunch of other RC tweets, they knew the deal and they're trying to play their hand without getting sued into oblivion. I watched the Jimmy bounce from 160 to 180 all summer, Kenny. You can't bore me away. With all the negatives about this cycle, where's your bullishness coming from? I know the company has long-term potential. I mean, that's a big part of it, right? Is that also we don't stay down. We haven't stayed down yet. Every OPEX is an opportunity for the price to increase and find a new higher floor. So, and my bullishness comes from the fact that they're just creating asymmetric risk. Everything's lost a lot of evaluation over the last few weeks, but GameStop even more so than a lot of other things. It feels like this is another instance where they have employed a tactic or strategy we haven't identified yet. I don't think that's the case. I think that they're just net settling off the FTDs and they're not covering shit on XRT, right? Like XRT has just been consistently driven down this whole fucking time. I mean, it's stabilized, but like in this range, but it's not coming back up, right? Like, and this is on the threshold list. And every day we see short interest on XRT climbing to like new highs, like 200 to 330%, 440%. I think, what did we see it get as high as? Like almost 600. So they are sustaining their push, probably in the hopes of a market failure. And it's not just GameStop, right? I mean, they're doing it across all of the stocks. BBBY, they're doing it on DDS to the extent that they can, which is difficult. You know, they're doing it on Macy's, they're doing it on Nordstrom's. It's not just us. It was securities analysis. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Jimmy is actually holding pretty well against the market downturn. What's the new floor now? I mean, still delta neutral, which is down here. We still be bullish after Feb 9th if we don't break 120 or 150. I mean, I'm not going to be happy, but I'll remain bullish through Feb OPEX. If Feb OPEX doesn't occur at all, I'm going to fundamentally change the way I handle my GameStop position. I will no longer sit on the sidelines and just hold. I'm going to start selling cash secured puts and covered calls and collecting premiums. Because that means we're in for quite some downtime. And then we got to start playing for the bear market. It's not just them. They're not the only market participant. People short GameStop are just one of hundreds and thousands of market participants. Or because they're making so much money off the crash, they don't give a shit about the rest of their positions, right? That's the beauty of being short during a crash. Or a very steep correction, whichever one is realized. So what happens to those that own $200 shares? They average their cost basis down over time. Yeah, I'm gonna do that too. If JPEG keeps the printer on, then I'm putting him up for president in 2024. No, it's not super funny. What's up, man? What's the appropriate time to average down? Anytime you're below your cost basis. The contract asks to leverage $13,000. And that sounds about right. Is it possible to switch from quarterly OPEX to a longer time frame? Possibly. I don't see how though. I mean, the exposure is still on the OPEX window. It's the options and options and index quarterly expiration. So no, they can move. Futures could be semi-annual or annual. Yeah, I don't see. What do you think of selling cover calls and using the proceeds to buy more stock? That's fully what I intend to do. I've read all of Gaff's responses regarding the lack of a possibility of a squeeze. Or the limited possibility of a squeeze. He was in here earlier, Shane. That's not wrong. The FTDs are there. But there's not either not enough of them to sustain price movement, or they don't give a shit and they can internalize it. If we stay at these levels through the 8th, how does that affect OFX? Obviously, we'll start the run from lower levels, but does it impact the potential percentage of increase? Not necessarily, but OPEX tends to be pretty much the same amount of volume. I guess the question will be, do they hedge OPEX in advance like they did in November, or does it come all at once like it did in August? Yeah, GAF doesn't believe in a squeeze. If we're going to trade flat for the next 3 months, fuck yeah, I'm going to sell CCs. I know it's not really the mood, but Power Hour song, sure.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Risk of buying in. Long funds really don't target strategies the same way. So long funds don't want to buy into something with an unsure future, especially during what is essentially a bear market or the beginnings of a bear market. Aren't futures a big part of your theory? Yeah, they are. And we saw some of the effect of them play out last Wednesday. But the run was small, and direct exposure to GameStop was not all that significant. I mean, what did we hit? Like 6 million volume that day? I mean, Gaff's just looking at it from the point of view of like GME direct FTDs. But he's honest in admitting that he's not accounting for the effect of options on that. I've talked with Gaff at length on the topic of the squeeze. I'm convinced he's just not versed enough in options in the DD post needs to evolve his FTD theory. He thinks it's only FTDs that do up. Yeah, I know. How am I giving you copium, Adam? A pretty nice falling wedge on the 5-minute. No volume. Oh, Thanks, Zakira. I'll check it out later. FYI, I need 100 shares to sell calls. You do, or you can sell poor man's covered calls. Feb OPEX is T+2 from Feb 18th. The run was nothing in comparison to what we were expecting. No, it wasn't. What does that tell you? Does that tell you I'm wrong? Or that the exposure is drying up? Maybe I should clear up something real quick, because I see a lot of this in chat. I did not say there would be MOASS. I said that January was the best opportunity for retail to create a squeeze. Given that 80 to 90% of retail has spent the last 3 months circle jerking each other over purple circles, do you think maybe that they missed the boat? Delta sensitivity is still high and there's still potential, and I remain bullish. But exposure is less, and it is getting less. It's not increasing on the GME side. They've doubled down on their ETF positions, and GME is exposed to that. But I have always said, and will continue to say, short squeezes are not a likely scenario. Lots of things have to line up to create, the event that is expected. And if they don't line up, then it won't happen. Today, the 3rd, is futures ETF FTDs from December 17th. The 8th is FTDs from December 22nd, LEAP exposure. ETFs were used heavily on both of these days. There will be MOASS. Got it. It's not no MOASS. It's that there's no promise of MOASS. Everyone's waiting for this, like, me to promise it to them and constantly clinging on to the idea of me selling them hopium, and I'm not. I've never done that. If these cycles are getting less and less over time, That's one of two things. It's consolidation or they're unwinding the spring. And given that we didn't break to the upside, now the question is, does this increased delta or gamma delta sensitivity and increases in gamma exposure by retail now realizing 3 months later after I wrote the DD that options aren't really so bad, will that make a difference? Will that start to pick these cycles back up again? Is their short position so entrenched that they are exposed to that or not? It seems like it is, because they're doing everything in their fucking power to avoid running the stock up. It could run 15 minutes before close into an aftermarket. One of the first things I ever said on this stream was that GameStop moves between periods of high probability for MOASS and low probability. It's always been possible. But possible doesn't mean likely. It just means it could happen. When we're trading at $100 and they're absorbing FTDs through CNS, the probability is low. If we're trading at $300 and they're searching for shares, the probability is high. That doesn't mean GME is dead or that MOASS will never happen, because they wouldn't have shorted it as extensively as they have in the last 2 months if they didn't need to. Why wouldn't they just let it trade flat? The OPEX date that we discuss in the DDs is Feb 18th. And then the T+2 window is when gamma exposure from that event is realized. It's the quarterly expiration of index and ETF options. Adam Aaron sold the top. He fucking did. Quick, he's mad. Someone started talking about Hawaiian pizza or some dumb shit like that. Fuck you, VWAP Dan Saipo. Hill. Thanks, Carl. Yeah. No, I don't disagree with you, Jeffrey. Anything can happen. And we still have, you know, what, 4, 6, 7, 8, right? Hold on. 3 more trading days before the rest of these FTDs dry up by next Tuesday. And then we still have OPEX, which is yet to be realized. If OPEX runs the stock, it's still game on. Everyone just needs to chill the fuck out. We got 600,000, maybe a little more volume today. Not even lit on the lit exchange. We got 2.25 million volume traded. A significant chunk of which was buy volume this morning. The November 3rd run was 1.5 million volume. Thanks for your update, Disciple. That's when they cover FTDs, isn't after hours. That's when CNS runs. More deep in the money puts. Now you're stealing material from Matt Kors. I'm sure he'll use it too. A big order of in the money puts just came through. Check shift search. How many? Are you talking about the April 14th? I think those are being, well, they were being sold off. Now they're being bought. This last, like $400,000 of them looks like it was bought. 0.2 million at 33.25. Those were sold. 405. Those might be bought. The ones that came in between 2 and 230 look like they were purchased. And these Jan 560s, I mean, there's not very many of them. They're expensive, but those kind of look sold too. That's hard to tell. The spread's really narrow. The Mays are definitely bought. Here's where I stand. You're down 2. You wanted to run 2. So long as you're honest and tell why you hodl, I trust you, hopium or not. Thanks, man. Yeah, we're all fucking down. You guys aren't the only ones. Would you consider writing a DD on Reddit for how MOASS could not happen unless retail takes action of their own investments for their chances of a squeeze? They need to inform themselves. Thank you. What's seriously? I mean, I guess if I want to cement my banning from Superstock, I could do that. Although I wouldn't have to write daily DDs anymore, which means I could wake up later. DDS is a better play. It's not a better play. It's a different play. Maybe you're being trolled because we're about to pull another Feb run. We'll see. No, not that dude. Slagathor. Scroll up, missed super? From who? Oh, rant over. AMC was the play all along. Got it. Fuck you, Lentil Burrito. Dick. We can into OPEX 30. Don't forget last February's OPEX, we ran from $40 to $350. Didn't look fucking good, did it, when we were trading at $40? I was there. I remember. GME has not yet stayed down. So yeah, we got a new year and, you know, new margin agreements and a bunch of shorting. All of which, or the majority of which, occurred after they'd filed their reports to their investors. Sounds tense in here, but I just want to spread positivity. My mom just got out of surgery without complications. They removed her cancer and there was no sign of any more. Oh, that's fucking awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that. Congratulations. We wish your mom the best. I hope she gets better. Thanks for always being the voice of reason and telling us like it is. No problem, Ghost Speed. You could actually start the stream at 9 a.m. Yeah. Were you soft banned from RSS? A little bit. There was a peak of drama. And I sat here and weathered all the bullshit and all the negativity towards options for fucking months. Garlic knots or fried ravioli? I've had fried ravioli from this place in St. Louis. It was weird. I didn't like it. Garlic knots all day. Clearly you're wrong. There's all obviously a cabal of evil supervillains conspiring to prevent RC's big throbbing small wee wee NFT dividend from margin calling the RRP. You figured it out, Aaron. Shit. Where's your DD? This is the case where you tell your kids, maybe we go to Chuck E. Cheese tonight for dinner, so the kids get all excited thinking it's an absolute, but don't understand what maybe means. I think a lot of people still don't understand. Short hedge funds are proven that are okay with letting the price run up to a high point, but only on their terms. March, June, August, November peaks all lacked gamma exposure. Also, all of the options that retail owned through those peaks were near dated and were not held. Everyone fucking sold their options, which meant no more hedge, which meant they could bring the price of the stock back down, right? As they sell out of their options, gamma neutral rises. It's much easier to push the stock back below, where they can have the market makers working on their side. I try to stay silent and lurk because I'm dumb. A couple of dumb questions, please. One, with the spread often so wide, what constitutes a gap? Anytime that the price jumps like an untraded area. So right now we're trading at 98.95, right? And if someone, the ask is 99.09. So if an order comes in and the price moves to here without any volume trading in this range, then that would create a gap. And then the market makers' desire to capitalize on the arbitrage from between those two moves will likely lead them to drop the price of the stock back into that gap so that they can trade volume at that level. It doesn't work that way every time. Dan Rod, hold on, clearly got censored. That's it, I'm out. What is Fidelity's customer service number? Time to call and demand a refund. Also, it's not fried ravioli, it's toasted and it's fucking delicious, you food snob. Thanks, Dan Rod. How do you toast a ravioli? Friends, 510 Gang is shopping freaking aircraft carriers. We're holding strong. We'll escape wage slavery together, or I'll still be a wage slave, but with much more knowledge of stonks and how to make money in the future. But I'm still all in on this Black Swan event. Hugs. I still have hopes or FTDs, but not today. I mean, we're out of time. Even if they run it now, it's like if FTDs were to dump now and it runs into close, it's gonna halt and they're gonna cover them in after hours. It only takes like an under $10 move for them to halt it. We have 37 minutes left. Satisfaction knowing our long dated options for your suggestion or causing them issues. Also, what can I do to help out? Hold? I don't know. Up to you. I know this is a suspect, but what do you make anything of RC tweeting about computers on a toilet? I know this sounds ridiculous. Sounds a little close to CS to just be a coincidence. No, it doesn't. When you see indicators that are indicative of a short squeeze, don't just cut the stream. Can you play Damn It Feels Good to Be a Gangsta by the Ghetto Boys live before you stop this stream? I'm sure you won't care about demonetization at that point. Thanks. Happy birthday. Thanks, Ran the Man. Can they internalize OPEX? No. OPEX is market maker exposure, so no. It has to be covered to make up for their lack of delta hedging, otherwise they suffer massive losses. If you look at 1.6, Jimmy is kind of doing the same thing. Maybe spicy after hours. Maybe. But it's not that nothing can happen. It's just like everyone needs to stop getting their hopes up in anticipation of something happening when we need to see how it plays out. SEC implementing rules next week. Recent WeBull article. Is that the settlement shift? They were being sold earlier. They're being bought now, Ben. Yes, illiquidity creates more gaps. So if you look at a stock like DDS that's extremely illiquid, even more so than GameStop, you'll see large gaps all over the place. If I could get them to, there we go. There's those gaps. There's these gaps today. GME even has a fair number of gaps. I mean, for as big as our float is, it's got a lot. DVS only has an 11 million share float. I have tried pho. I'm not a huge fan. It's okay. I guess it's not really comparable, but I like ramen better. You think they've been covering but also shorting so that the price stays flat? Or is that not their play? That's exactly what they do. We've been over this 100 times, Noah. They short the stock. They buy puts. The puts prevent the price from going up too high while they cover. So they let the market maker hedge the downside or short while they buy. The market maker doesn't give a shit, right? Because they're delta neutral. They only care about the premiums collected from selling the puts. They've been doing it for weeks now. To gamble or not to gamble on Amazon earnings? Those puts are already priced in, man. They're expensive as fuck. Yes, long GME is always good. That's been the underlying play the whole time. Is it being long GME is a good thing because it's undervalued, and when it becomes an e-commerce and a tech company, it's going to be, you know, a 60 to 120 billion dollar market cap. Depending on how successful they are with their turnaround. But well, 40 to 120. 120 is a little further out. For all we know, in 5 days, we might end up on Reg Show. We just have to be patient. OPEX is the end of this month, yes. Is it in Jimmy's interest to not have MOASS? I don't think it's in their interest to create it or not create it. I think GameStop is going to tackle shorts the arguably in the best way shorts have ever been tackled, which is by growing a valuable company. Criteria for getting on Reg Show, 0.05% of the total shares outstanding failing per day for 5 days. Up to $3.4 million traded on those 560Ps. It means they can't short it anymore without a pre-borrow agreement, which means the locate has to be facilitated. Everything kind of changes if we go on Reg Show, because a locate must be found before a short can occur. VIX broke 25 for like a second. I checked the chart. It was 25.01. I just want to let you know, as you said, you wanted it to break 25. I mean, I want kind of a sustained break of 25, but it's climbing and the SPY's continuing to drop. It doesn't look good. Cat recovered on 200. Interesting. All the way back down to delta neutral. Motherfuckers. Sears just shut up 147%. You said before that it would make sense for them to do the put strategy on big FTD days. Was that just not expecting this much internalization factored in, or a new short hedge fund strategy? I mean, they're just spending way, way more than they have in the past on not only maintaining the price, but shorting it as well. You missed my super chat. I'm sorry. Historically, squeezes happen when involved parties realize there's not enough shares left for all shorts. FOMO and covering when Jimmy says float is DRS. We'll see when it gets there. That's a long time from now. Talk to me when they release a quarterly that says like 85 or 90%. I mean, that whole idea is fucking ridiculous, right? If we hit 50% of the float DRS, the short hedge funds are going to start fucking bailing out. They're not going to stay in the play if it's getting, if we're approaching 100%. Whatever exposure they have, they'll start closing. They're not going to wait until it's 100% and then get fucked. It's pronounced market manipulator. Thanks for being open, transparent. Is it still okay if I feel like the whole market is bullshit and unfair? Yeah. These guys, it's no longer wealth creation, but preservation. OPEX is the end of this month. Yeah, February 18th. We're also not done with these FTDs. There are more. What does today's lack of FTDs mean? One, FTDs not settled through ETFs. Futures. FTDs not settled through ETFs. Or if they were, in small quantities. Two, They don't give a fuck about the FTDs. Three, FTDs occurred, but not in sufficient volume. Three, or four, they'll cover them after hours. I've already explained a bunch of times, Hamscaro, how they get out of their short positions. They average them up. They have $5 short positions, and they create, $300 short positions. It could, as long as the gamma exposure remains. As long as delta sensitivity stays high and people are holding options further out than the OPEX expiry, it presents the potential for a ramp. The same potential we have right now that they are trying so hard to avoid. Is there a way in which they can have the counterparty waive the FTD obligations? No, because it's just through the NSCC at that point. They can delay the initial process through the ETF agents. So that initial T+3 that usually plays out can be obscured to be any number of days depending on the authorized participant's negotiation with the ETF agent. Once it's reported to the NSCC, it's T+6 plus 35. Yeah, they wouldn't be buying millions of dollars in out of the money puts every day to short the stock if they didn't need it to go down. So it's not really a question of if there is exposure still. There definitely is. But are they unwinding it? Trying. Or doubling down. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the same entities, right? Like, we may have, you may have GameStop shorts and you may have, sector shorts. And they're not the same. And maybe one of them's running up to 350 and the other one is just shorting everything. School video on it? Not initially, but later, yeah. Like put and call strategies. Heard you were buying more weeklies before close. True. I'm thinking about it. If we come back up to 100, I might. Yeah, we don't know what effect the announcement today had on them. Maybe they fully intended to cover today after they shorted it, and they had to change their plans because of GameStop's announcement. Maybe they shorted it last night into close because they knew about the announcement coming. How can they cover after hours? I thought the orders have to be placed this morning. Not all dark pools execute in the same day. Although usually we do see it execute in the same day. So I don't have a lot of confidence in an after hour move. It's possible though. For all we know, they've settled the FTDs, and then the cash settled them, and then the ETF participants are going to do the buying back in, like the ETF agents, which means it could run in after hours. Shifter is just showing loads and loads of in the money puts, 0.71 delta. Interesting. Why aren't we going down more? December 21st, ETF FTDs, not futures. Was it December 17th OPEX? There were like 11 million. Okay, not all GME, of course. There was more than 11 million, I think. It was no December 21st ETF FTDs were definitely futures. But yeah, they're not all GME. That is true. Why are more folks talking about negative beta? Seems to have flipped positive ever since DRS. GameStop hasn't had negative beta since last February. We've mostly tracked the market with a few exceptions. I did answer it. If delta sensitivity continues to remain high and continues to spike, yeah, OPEX could be a crazy event. It could be harder to, not more difficult to hedge. We want the hedging. The hedging is good. But it could be more volatile. If the ramp stays in place, essentially, if all of this shorting doesn't really have an effect and nobody sells and just keeps, averaging down their positions and rolling out, it becomes inescapable. It is in essence a squeeze, albeit a very slow and horribly underfunded one. Today's price actually looks a lot like the 90-day spike cycle. We've had a few days that look just like the yearly chart. Why doesn't GameStop announce their NFT marketplace on Twitter? I don't know. Doesn't look like I'm buying any 1DTs. Christopher Rivas, I've answered that like 4 times now. You can just rewind, man. You keep asking me the same question, I keep answering it. Could there be an entity stopping them from halting the stock by shorting? If so, what would happen if they succeed? Could there be an entity stopping them from halting the stock by shorting? Possibly. Yeah, VIX is climbing up. Do you think about CBOE, EDGA? The proportion of volume on that exchange is like 7% today, but tends to hover around 1 to 2%. It's actually the highest I've ever seen. Source chart exchange. That's probably options hedging. VIX at 25.30. Yeah, I see. I think it's gonna go up more tomorrow, so I'm hanging on. I have futures on the VIX, so I'm trying to pay attention to it. Thank you for letting me know. I have them open right now, though, so I can see what's going on. Any theory to the credence that halts induce FOMO? Oh, they absolutely do. Initially by market participants, like active market participants, but yeah, you get enough halts and then retail and other people start paying attention. If no price improvement on Feb 8th, would it be a good plan to sell March calls near end of day, Feb 8th, then buy back in closer to OPEX? That's probably what I'm going to do. Because my theta's costing around like, well, right now it's kind of cheap, but it's going to go up. So between like, it's like $1,890 something dollars to $3,000 a day. So yeah, I'm probably close out some of the position in order to preserve that theta. I'm going to keep a portion of it open to protect myself against anything crazy popping up out of the blue, but if your VIX futures expired, you have to take physical delivery. No, you just lose your money. Not sure if you had a chance to check the borrow rate this week. It's spicy. December 21st ETF FTDs, not futures. Was it December 17th OPEX? They're like 11 million. Okay, not all GME, of course. Yes, December 21st ETF FTDs were futures. The one that you see on the SEC report, those are from 3 days prior or 2 days prior. Those are the FTDs from the 17th reported on the 21st. They're not from that day. Good time to remind peeps about the other channel. Oh yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna have the video done tonight. I still have to find out. Fuck. Yeah, I haven't gotten a message yet. Yeah, I'm not sure if the new video is gonna be out tonight or not. I hope so. I guess I could check. OPEX is on the 18th. No, there's 4. Random stranger put their pickle in my jar. I'm gonna pretend this Ko-Fi is a wishing well and throw $3 into the fountain, aka gherkin, and wish that GME will go up in after hours. We've had OPEX runs on it's Feb, May, August, and November. We had these preceded all of our runs. These OPEX days are what started all of them. These continued up after the OPEX period. These just spiked and went down. OPEX means options expiration. How far out are far dated? Greater than 30 DTE. So whatever your target date is. So like say your target date is OPEX, which is the 22nd. You really want at least 30 days about to the next expiration. So that way, if your target whiffs and nothing happens, you're able to take the majority of your holdings and move them out. Right? So you're paying for theta, but you're not losing a lot of other value. Provided they don't drop the stock $100 again. Not that they can anymore. What if you took a day off from streaming? Just one. I think you should. Nah. What if I find a secret passage to the bottom of gherkin and take that random stranger's $3 Goonie style? Am I sad? No. Can't short the stock to 0 if the stock is 0. I'm not starting a Pi-Fi coin. Clip, please clip. Can you put the timestamps in the clip channel, Willie? Because the clip thing's like not working properly today. I'm having issues with it. Is that yearly? They're quarterly. What's the most you've ever lost on a coin flip? I don't know if I've never bet on a coin flip. I played roulette once. Does that count? I lost $50. How's this investment compare to your experience with AMD? AMD was worthless much longer. I was in AMD, like, 1 second, shids and farts. I see that. I'll check why you got censored in a second. So like when DFV bought GameStop, that's like the point at which I was in AMD. So AMD was fucking worthless for most of the time I owned it. And then it wasn't anymore. Most of which has been this year. If Amazon misses earnings tonight, would you buy puts on the SPY tomorrow? Maybe, yeah. I already have calls and VIX calls and futures on the VIX, so my countdown only has time remaining, not time of the stream. If you go to the part on the little cursor, it should tell you. Fox Biz reports that the Justice Department investigation into short selling abuse has expanded up to 60 firms with focus on activist short sellers. Thank you, Natural Lifestyle. Yeah, I heard some people were discussing that earlier. That's nice. And when the DOJ finally presses criminal charges in 5 years, I'm sure it'll have interesting outcomes. Don't expect it to move quick. See you tomorrow, Jason. Motherfuckers talk. Fuckers on Discord telling me always in YouTube chat. Shids and fards ain't about this. Shids and fards ain't about that. My boy and OG on fucking Wall Street Bets and them. They say that doctor don't be printing with no puts. Shut the fuck up, y'all. Dans ain't no shit. Y'all motherfuckers talk about shids and fards ain't no trader. Shids and fards ain't a rainbow bear. Shut the fuck up. Y'all don't live with that doctor. Y'all know that doctor got caught in a bear trap, shooting at the moon and shit. Homie been on PDT since I don't fucking know when. Motherfuckers stop playing him like our puts same as shares. Them bear savages out there. If I catch another motherfucker talking sweet about shids and fards, I'm fucking shorting their ass. I'm not fucking playing no more. You know those bears will roll with Dan's licked my dumpling. Thank you, shids and fards. I think that was a lot. That was. I don't know what this is in reference to, but I still love your screen name. Can you copy and paste me? I'd love to turn that into a song. Shits and farts for life. Ding ding. Yeah. Is there gonna fill me on what's going on with that? Shids and farts. Do you want to tell me? I just came for the outro. See how Jimmy reacts to Amazon earnings. When are earnings released for Amazon? What time? I don't want to stay for that. Amazon ripping. Oh, fuck. I'll fill that gap. Jesus Christ. That's funny. Now we just need GameStop to rip. And then it can be gag instead of fang. No, I like gag better than gaga. Gaga sucks. Well, we're an e-commerce company too, right? Amazon pumping the SPY. Be a good time probably to... Hmm. What the fuck? The whole fucking market's ripping in after hours. Fucking retail. Unbelievable. Is Tesla going up? Yep. Makes sense. ETF baskets. What's DDS doing? Shit never trades in after hours. XRT? Gapped up. Bigly. Amazon T+2 Prime delivered. MOASS for Amazon. Look at QQQ. Do I want to? Yeah, it's running up too. Did Amazon fucking stabilize yet, or is it still just ripping? Nope. Still going up. 3,200? Is this? There is no more economy. There's only Amazon. Fucking Amazon's about to short squeeze. Jesus Christ. How did Amazon get our FTDs? So it's not really. Amazon's worth more than Tesla again. Facebook's like moving up a little. It's only up like 1% though. It's not really comparable. I think this is gonna calm down a bit. Revenue did not meet estimates. Well, Amazon just gained enough market cap to buy GameStop like 100 times over. If Bezos wants to buy my stock, I mean, I'm gonna want a lot of money for it, but GameStop doing weird shit too. I wouldn't mind if GameStop went up $400. Well, son of a bitch. You internalizing fucking pieces of shit. Look at this retail buy pressure. They boofed it all. Yeah, it's still low. Bid-ask spread is so wide. Bull trap? What would a million volume and after hours do? Free my boy. After our run happens at 420. Thanks, Ryan. Hmm. My wishing well fountain of $3 worked. Thanks, Romanian Widow. Doing whale teeth. Check snap. Oh, that's ripping. Wouldn't be short tack, right? That's just fucking greedy. What's Google doing? Google's got a pretty big fucking move, too. The VIX is spiking? Hmm. I just joined the stream because I saw you're still alive. What's happening? Why would I not be alive? If everything squeezes, nothing does. Closed door meeting adjourned. Interesting. Snap had earnings. Oh, cause yeah. Yeah, I'm still on, Sean. Weird shit's going on with Amazon. Well, not weird shit, but everything's ripping in after hours. When the fuck did Visa break 220? How the hell did I miss that? Son of a bitch. Uh, yeah. I probably should set price alerts. Visa breaking 220 isn't bad. It's just I'm just pissed that I wasn't in on it. I wouldn't say we finished green. All right. Jimmy's coming back down. All right, I'm done. That's it. Enough of this. If it keeps ripping, awesome. Why won't they let us rip with them, Gherks? Why? What have we done? We're just not Amazon yet, you know? We don't even have warehouses. I love that there's more people watching the stream than shares traded in after hour. Well, hopefully it continues through the morning. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Is this the effects of a margin call? No, I don't think so. It's just the effect of Amazon, which is turning around. It's a big company. It's worth trillions of dollars. Bezos is richer than Elon once again. And the battle continues. Apparently Snap had earnings today. That's why nearly plus 40% now. Yeah. I saw Snap. We already looked at it. Amazon could just buy GameStop. You know that, right? I don't want to stay. They can't just buy it if it's not for sale. That's not how publicly traded companies work. Yeah, if Amazon buys GameStop, we all get very rich. Whichever way it goes. So tomorrow, when Amazon sell-off comes after the rip, VIX it is. The VIX is the best. I love the VIX. Visa broke 220 because I opened my 5th credit card to re-up my Pigeon Well membership. That would cause a share recall. So yeah. Why would it cause a share recall? Because the owners of the shares would want all their shares back. I don't think Amazon's buying GameStop, so you don't have to worry about it. It'd just be cool. Cat didn't break 250. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I don't know why. See you guys later. Have a good night.
Denny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Guineas.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulond.